distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Honorable Rector and Vice Rector, Universitas Negeri Padang, Dean and Vice Dean, Universitas Negeri Padang, and all the participants of the Third International Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty, and Tourism, ICC-FBT 2020. It is a great honor and pleasure for me. My name is Ari Pasaribu, and on behalf of the committee, would like to welcome all of you to the Third International Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty, and Tourism, ICC-FBT 2020. Our invited speakers, Professor Simon Mild from Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand. Professor Dr. Muhammad Salehuddin Muhammad Zahari from University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. Dr. Cihan Cobanoglu, CHTP from University of South Florida, United States of America. Dr. Rohana binti Zur from University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Wimpi Pangkahila from Postgraduate Program in Anti-Aging Medicine, Medical Faculty, Udayana University, Bali. Dr. Rezlin bin Abdurrahman from College Community, Sungai Petani, Malaysia. Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you for listening the national anthem of Indonesia Raya. Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Trisna Putra SSMSC as the chair of the conference to deliver his official report of ICC-FBT 2020.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pasaribu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Professor Ganefri, PhD, Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, the Honorable Dr. Reputable M. Lit, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Universitas Negeri Padang, Honorable Dr. Randa Ernawati, PhD, Dean of Faculty, Tourism and Hospitality, Universitas Negeri Padang, distinguished guests, distinguished speakers, presenters, and participants. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation and extend our warmest welcome. It is our privilege and pleasure to welcome the distinguished speakers, Professor Salehuddin Professor Simon, Dr. Chihan, Dr. Rohana, Professor Wempi, and Dr. Reslin. Thank you very much. And of course, for all the presenters and participants in the third International Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty, and Tourism 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, increasing academic tourism quality through the global networking for reputable research become our theme for this year. All colleges, practitioners, and societies are committed to developing the best applied sustainability in tourism. That is why, through this conference, we can have a great discussion platform for exchanging and sharing knowledge, theme-related studies. In addition, the conference is also expected to be a forum for optimizing, strengthening, and expanding tourism and the creative economic in the age of digital globalization and post-COVID-19 disease. The time has come to renew relations and address topics of common interest with university delegates from all over Indonesia, Asia, and the world. There are 124 participants in this event who will proposing and discussing about hospitality-related topics. It is pleasing to note that the agenda of the seminar covers a variety of interesting topics related to education and training, management, entrepreneurship, and innovations and development. We hope that the speakers will be able to bridge the differences between academics and practitioners in order to achieve the best performance in everyday culinary, fashion, beauty, and tourism practices. We also appreciate for the participations and cooperations of South Florida University, Auckland University of Technology, UITM Malaysia, Community College Sungai Petani, Polytechnic Sultan Idris Shah Malaysia, Berjaya University College Malaysia, University Sains Islam Malaysia, University Putra Malaysia, Universitas Udayana, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Universitas Negeri Semarang, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia Bandung, APTA, Tourism Institute, Yogyakarta. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Dean of Faculty of Tourism and Hospitality, official collaborator, as well as the committees that have sponsored both staff and materials, so the international conference is well underway. I would like also to thank you all for attending our conference and bringing our experience to our conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Among this time, we would like to invite Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang for Academic Affairs, Dr. Refnaldi M. Lid, to convey an acknowledgement and officially open the third ICCFBT 2020.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Shalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi rasulillahi ajmain. The Honorable Deputy Rectors of Universitas Negeri Padang, Deans of the Faculty of Tourism and Hospitality, Associate Professor Nawarti, PhD, Deans of other faculties in Universitas Negeri Padang, Deputy Deans, invited speakers, distinguished guests, and participants of the conference. I'd like to say an apology from directors of Universitas Negeri Padang who cannot be together with us in this opening ceremony because he has to attend another activity that is lasting at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that COVID-19 has devastated communities and economics around the world and profoundly changed the ways in which we live and work. Many of those effects will no doubt prove to be temporary. So it is only temporary. But as a sequence, numerous congresses, seminars, conferences, scientific meetings, and even workshops have either been cancelled or postponed. Thus, the traditional arena for exchanging ideas has come to a halt. However, many groups are utilizing modern technological solutions like Zoom meeting, webinar, and some other tools in which we can all participate in international conference, in international seminars, or in international workshop. So I'm pleased to welcome you to the third international conference on culinary, fashions, beauty, and tourism, organized by the Faculty of Tourism and Hospitality of Universitas Negeri Padang. So the theme of the conference is increasing tourism's academic quality through global networking toward reputable research. So the themes is showing us that the quality of the academic quality, especially on tourism, is one of the most important topics. And this is also related to the way we as the lecturers, as the researchers in publishing our research papers, in publishing our ideas, especially in the journal, not only at the national levels, but also at the international level, especially at the reputable journals. Ladies and gentlemen, actually governments around the world are searching for the fast and effective policy responses to the COVID-19 crisis, and for the effective ways to coordinate the flurry of research and innovation initiative emerging from various policies areas. In tourism sectors, we know that tourism sector is one of the highly affected by the COVID-19. We need to find some new alternatives, some new strategies in improving the quality of tourism sectors, not only at the local level, but also at the national levels. So that I'm sure that some of the topics, or maybe many of the topics in this conference, will address issues related on the strategies in improving the qualities of tourism, in improving the qualities of culinary, and also some other aspects of hospitality, not only at the local levels, but also at the national and international levels. Everybody knows that Indonesia is rich on the culinary tourisms and natural views tourisms, and also something related to the cultural tourisms. In this case, I'm sure some people now are trying to find some alternative ways or some strategies, especially the use of technology in attracting people not only at the local level, but also at the international, to come and visit Indonesia as a way to improve the condition due to the effect of COVID-19. And the virtues of policy coordinations are well known and widely accepted. All of government's coordination and mechanisms within and across levels of our government are essential to resolving discrepancies between sectors' priorities and policies, especially things related to tourism sectors. Yet the policy coordination and coherence remain one of the oldest and the most prevalent challenges for the government. And it has become even more difficult in the face of multidimensional systemic problems due to the effect of COVID-19 and also the effect of something related to climate change, aging societies, or indeed some other pandemic. The honorable invited speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, so the effect of COVID-19 pandemic shaking up global socioeconomic structures. The impact are estimated to be astronomical in terms of numbers of lives and jobs lost. The scientific, innovation, and business communities are working frantically to support emergency responses and government action. And we are witnessing real-time collaboration between scientists across the globe in a race to develop the production of vaccines and antiviral medications. The industrial sectors, especially also tourism industry, is repurposing production process to suit to the current condition. Technology innovators and startups are teaming up to provide solutions to the most pressing issues. And however, we are only at the beginning of the most challenging part, which is how we will emerge out of this situation and return to a new normal. So this is a race against the clock. So the quarantine imposed on the population by sometimes to curb infection and thus lighten the burden of the healthcare system. But countries should also take advantage of this time to prepare a proposal on how people could gradually resume their normal lives. We do not know exactly what the post-pandemic world will look like, but there seems to be a growing international consensus that any return to economic production will have to be supported by large-scale testing capacity and intensive monitoring of the evaluation of infection, active health, safety policies in all economic sectors, as well as urgent drug and vaccine development. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the academic staff, administrative staff, and students of Universitas Negeri Padang, we would like to thank our invited speakers, Dr. Chihan from University of South Florida, Professor Muhammad Salahuddin from UITM Malaysia, Professor Simon from Auckland University of Technology, and Dr. Rohana Binti Zur from University Technology Mara, Professor Wimpi Pangkahila from Udayana University, Indonesia, and Dr. Razlin bin Abdul Rahman from College Community, Sungai Penati, Malaysia, and some other speakers that cannot be mentioned one by one. We also thank all parallel session speakers, and of course, participants for your contribution, which will make this conference a success. Who could have imagined a better exchange than seeing the speakers at the plenary level from several countries and representatives from many institutions around Indonesia here joining forces in the conference to share research findings and inspiring ideas, especially in tourism and hospitality sectors. And the important thing is having the opportunity to renew old friendship and to make a new acquaintances. Ladies and gentlemen, we expect we will learn new ideas from each other, which we can adopt and adapt to further improve our work in this important area. I know that there will be many interesting and useful presentations, both in plenary session and in the parallel session. I believe many good experience will be shared and many good lessons will be learned. Members of organizing committee have been working very hard, and I would like to thank them for their dedication, time, and effort. I wish also to thank our patrons, individual and organization partners and volunteers. Without their generosity, we would not be able to create a total environment to support your full participations. Thank you all for your presence and participation. And you are the very important part of the conference success. Please enjoy the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the international conference organized by the Faculty of Tourism and Hospitality of the Universitas Negeri Padang is officially open. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much to Dr. Refnaldi Emlit, who has officially opened the third ICCFPT 2020. Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, for closing the opening ceremony with the blessings, we would like to invite Al-Ikhlas LCMA to lead the Doa recitation for Muslim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, to get blessing of God, let's pray based on our each belief. But for this time, permit me to recite the prayer based on Islamic religion and in Bahasa. So let's open our prayer by reciting Al-Fatiha. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الذي نزل الفرقان على عبده ليكون للعالمين نذيرا وجعل القرآن نورا مبينا يهدي به الله من اتبع رضوانه سبل السلام ويخرجهم من الظلمات إلى النور وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله الذي كان خلقه القرآن صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه الطيبين الطاهرين ومن اتبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين وسلم تسليما كثيرا. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, di pagi ini ketika matahari bersinar cerah, kami tundukkan hati hina merendah, angkatkan tangan memohon darimu akan maghfirah. Semoga setiap langkah yang kami tapakkan dalam kehidupan ini Engkau sertai dengan hidayah, sehingga setiap aktivitas pada setiap lini kehidupan ini Engkau liputi dengan berkah. Ya Rahman, kami sadar tanpa ampunan darimu kami akan sengsara, tanpa petunjuk darimu kami akan tersesat, tanpa lindungan darimu kami akan binasa, tanpa kasih dan sayangmu kami akan terlaknat. Oleh sebab itu ya Allah, ampunanmu adalah harapan kami. Petunjuk darimu adalah pelita hidup kami. Lindunganmu adalah permohonan kami. dan kasih serta sayangmu adalah dambaan diri. Ya Alim ya Majid, di pagi yang cerah ini juga, Fakultas Pariwisata dan Perhotelan Universitas Negeri Padang angkatkan kegiatan seminar internasional dengan tema Increasing Tourism Academic Quality Through Global Networking Toward Reputable Research. Berkahilah acara ini. Lancarkanlah dari awal hingga ke akhir nanti. Berikanlah pahala yang berlipat ganda bagi setiap insan yang telah berkontribusi, yang telah berusaha berjuang untuk terlaksananya kegiatan ini. Allahumma alimna ma yanfa'una wanfa'na bima 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim. Ya Allah, karuniakanlah kepada kami ilmu yang bermanfaat. Dan dengan ilmu itu jadikanlah kami orang yang bermanfaat, agar dalam kehidupan ini tercipta maslahat, karena sesungguhnya Engkau zat yang maha mengetahui, lagi zat yang maha bijaksana. Ya Allah, terimalah permohonan kami, karena sesungguhnya tidak ada yang dapat menerima dan mengabulkan segala doa dan permohonan, melainkan hanya dirimu. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah, wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun, wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Before the plenary session begins, we invite all the excellencies, honorable speakers, and all the participants to turn on the camera for photo session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are going to our next agenda. We would like to invite our moderator for morning plenary session, Dr. Red Aningtyas, MSc. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ari. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our webinar, today's webinar, the third International Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty, and Tourism, increasing tourism academic quality through global networking for reputable research. First, before we start, let me introduce myself. My name is Tias. I'm from Faculty of Tourism and Hospitality, Universitas Negeri Padang. It's my pleasure to be moderator for this session, and I'll be responsible for hosting this presentation today. First of all, I briefly introduce to you the topic from our invited speaker. First, managing over-tourism and under-tourism, lesson from the South Pacific, presented by Professor Simon. The second one is gastronomic tourism, unleashing its potentiality, presented by Professor Dr. Muhammad Salahuddin Muhammad Zahari. And the third one is the role of technology in the tourism industry post-COVID-19, presented by Dr. Jihan Chobanoglu, GSTP. Okay, just a little housekeeping before we get started. If you have any question during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your Zoom control panel. I'll bring them up during the presentation, and we will also have time for question and answer at the end. Okay, now without further ado, I welcome you, Professor Simon Mile. Good morning, Professor. Professor
morning.
Simon. Yeah, you got 40 minutes to present your topic, sir. The time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just share my screen.
Okay.
Just checking that everyone can see the screen okay.
Yes, I can see your presentation, Professor.
Fantastic. So today is a chance to talk to you about work and experience that my institute has had in the South Pacific in recent times, and helping destinations deal with the previous challenge of over-tourism and the current challenge of under-tourism. So we've seen a dramatic shift from places in the South Pacific that have struggled with rapidly growing visitor numbers and that have suddenly had to deal with the challenge of, well, no tourists. So I'll look forward to giving you a bit of a talk about how we can manage these challenges, how sometimes the challenges of under-tourism and over-tourism are actually quite similar. And I'm going to be drawing from work that we are doing called the Pacific Tourism Data Initiative. That is funded by the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs, by the World Bank, by a number of other agencies and governments. And at the moment, we're working in 7 different Pacific nations, as you can see there in the solid red circles. We also have projects starting in 3 others, Kiribati, Timor, and Tonga in 2021. So we are looking to help develop the data and information that can be used and is available to these countries to help them manage tourism more effectively. That management was focused on dealing with large growing numbers of visitors. Now the focus is on how do we build back following COVID. And I'm going to use today the example of the Cook Islands, which you can see here. This is the destination that we have been working in the longest. And I'm going to show you how we've been able to use different data to allow us to build a decision support system that can help destinations, whether they are nations or regions or even communities, begin to understand how to better manage and develop tourism in the future. So I'll be talking a lot about international visitor surveys today. I'll also be talking about what we call business confidence index or business surveys, and also the importance of looking at community attitudes and understanding the community dimension of tourism impacts. I also just want to share with you this slide. If any of you want to look at the resources or the information that I'm presenting today, this website presents all of the reports and information we have provided for the Cook Islands in partnership with the Cook Islands over the last 8 years that we have been running the Pacific Tourism Data Initiative in the Cooks. So this will give you a chance to look at some of the presentations and the talks that that we have provided to the Cook Islands. I guess the first message I just want to drive home, I guess, is that we have a situation in the Cook Islands of rapid growth in tourism up to the period of the border shutdown in March 2020. Numbers of visitors in 2019 were over 170,000, and they had grown from only 1,000 in the early 1970s. Now, 170,000 probably doesn't sound like very much, but when we consider that the total population of the Cook Islands is only around 15,000, you can see that we have a really high ratio of visitors to locals. And this creates tensions and challenges for the Cook Islands. And so for some time now, they have been having to manage the issue of carrying capacity, making sure that infrastructure can cope with growing visitor numbers. So we're talking about environment degradation, housing shortages, water access. They're also very keen to focus on how they can attract the right visitor rather than just simply growing the number of visitors, looking at bringing a higher quality or higher yield visitor, someone that will link to the local economy and can actually create benefits. At the same time, there's a need for effective indicators to measure the performance of the industry as we go forward. So that's really a lot of the focus for our work. How do we answer these questions? How do we provide data and information that can help plan and develop the industry in a more effective manner? What I want to talk about initially is the Cook Islands International Visitor Survey. This is the first online visitor survey that was run in the South Pacific, and we did that back in 2006. Since 2012, we've continued with that. So we now have 8 years of data for visitors to the Cook Islands. We capture the email addresses of the visitors from their arrival cards, and we then send them an online survey. And you can see that over the period that we've been running this work up until just before COVID, we had around about 140,000 emails that were sent out. We had a 25% response rate. That gives us a data set of 31,000 respondents to work with. That covers around about 70,000 individuals, including children and partners of those that completed the survey. So this represents about 6.5–7% of total visitors over that period. It gives us a very strong data set to work with and to plan and help develop tourism over time. I just want to talk to you a little bit about some of the data that we do have here, and just to give you an idea of how we can gather information to better inform tourism development, both in a stage of over-tourism and also under-tourism. And you can see here, for example, that over time, we're able to trace for the Cook Islands just what are the factors that lead people to find out about the Cook Islands. And you can see here that friends and family are still very much the dominant source of information for many visitors to the Cook Islands, and that has remained fairly constant over time. Previous visits are very important. About 70% of all visitors to the Cook Islands come from New Zealand. Many of those are return visitors. Those return visitors are a particularly important group for us to understand post-COVID, because they are less likely to be risk averse, more risk tolerant, more interested in returning back to a place that has been their favorite destination for some time. So this kind of information helps us understand the marketplace. We can also see that over time, more and more visitors are making their own travel arrangements using the internet. Fewer and fewer visitors are using travel agents. And this helps Cook Islands tourism understand the value and importance of targeting their messages through online platforms. We also gather data on how much money the visitor spends. And again, this allows us to understand the economic impact of different types of visitors. So we gather information on how much people spend in the country. We also gather information on how much they prepay on their package before they arrive. We estimate the amount of that package that comes back to the country, and that allows us to have an overall figure of an overall impact per day and per visit. Once we have that information, we can then understand the value and impact of different types of markets. So for example, here you can see that in a recent annual report that the Australian market was the highest yield market for the Cook Islands. The New Zealand market during this particular time period was a lower yield market. We can begin to understand which type of visitors bring which types of impacts and how those impacts are spread to different sectors of the economy. During over-tourism, this is important because it allows a focus on visitor yield rather than simply growing visitor numbers. During under-tourism, this is also important. So post-COVID, this data is really critical because we know that the numbers of visitors are going to be small. We know that they are going to be coming from very specific markets and destinations to begin with. This can allow us to target and really begin to reset an industry with a focus on high yield and high impact visitors. It doesn't mean 5-star visitors necessarily. We're also interested in backpackers, business travelers, people visiting friends and relatives. The key message is that we want to try and get more money out of each of those visitors and to get the right mix for the tourism industry as it begins to rebound from COVID in the future. The data also allows us to have a time series information on how visitor spend has been changing over time. This is important because it means that the Cook Islands government has been able to shift its targets away from growing visitor numbers to growing the yield per visitor. And that's a more sustainable way to manage your industry and a more sustainable way to think about tourism development. So you can see here over time that visitor yield has been increasing, mostly from in-country spend rather than outside country or prepaid spend. And this reflects Cook Island government policy to really begin to build more product, more visitor experience that links to local economy, local food, local cultural activities, to shift people away from sun, sand, and sea, and to move them towards cultural and land-based experiences as well, to try and build a stronger yield for the economy. We can also measure visitor satisfaction, and here, of course, the very good news for the Cook Islands is that visitors are very satisfied with their experience. This top blue line here, that shows the percentage of visitors that say they are very satisfied with their experience in the Cook Islands, and that has constantly been in the 65 to 70% range. Below that, we can see the visitors that say they are satisfied. So that sits in the 20 to 30% range. So consistently for the Cook Islands, over 90% of visitors say that they are either satisfied or very satisfied with their experience. This is another important measure for the Cook Islands. It's not just about understanding visitor numbers or visitor yield. It's also about understanding visitor industry performance in terms of visitor satisfaction. So we can see here that over time, the performance has been fairly consistent. The good thing about the Pacific Tourism Data Initiative is it also allows us to compare different countries in the region. And we are currently developing a dashboard that will allow governments and businesses to do these comparisons directly. And you can see here the Cook Islands is really a very good performer. They have the highest percentage of visitors that say they are satisfied or very satisfied, compared, for example, to Papua New Guinea or the Solomon Islands, where those percentages are considerably lower. The good thing is that this kind of regional comparison allows countries to understand how they compare to their competitors and to learn lessons and to perhaps improve their own performance. And again, we believe that these regional comparisons will be very important as we begin to move out of COVID, to understand from different countries what their performance measures are, what kinds of policies or approaches they have been introducing. If we can share knowledge, we can perhaps all bounce out of the negative situation at the moment more speedily and more robustly. What our visitor data also shows us is what people find appealing or less appealing about their visit. And this is drawn from qualitative data. So we ask people to write long answers and we then analyze that data using software and also our own analysis of the qualitative data. You can see here that for the Cook Islands, consistently the environment has been the #1 most appealing aspect of the visitors' experience of the Cook Islands, followed closely by local people. What the Cook Islands wants to do is to try and bring that local people dimension even closer to environment, to build that link to culture and to local people. But what's really important for the Cook Islands is to understand what the visitor finds least appealing, because this allows us to understand where the product needs to be improved. And this is going to be very important as we guide the industry out of the current COVID situation. And you can see here, for example, that consistently over time, visitors have tended to label public services and related infrastructure as a least appealing aspect of their visit. So that could be a lack of public toilets or poor public transport. But the most important and interesting thing for us is, given that environmental quality is so important to the visitor, is to see how visitors feel about the environmental quality of this destination. And you can see that typically visitors are saying only about 5 to 10% of visitors complain about environmental aspects being the negative or the least appealing aspect of their visit. But at 2 times here and here, you can see those percentages rose up to 20%. And this is when there was an algal bloom occurring in the main lagoon on Rarotonga. People were concerned about water pollution and about the impact that was having on their visit. So we can show quite clearly to the government that they must act on these environmental issues and concerns. They must address environmental degradation of over-tourism to bring back down that level of complaint from visitors. So this is a very important way for industry and government to understand how they need to change to keep visitor satisfaction high. And again, we can draw comparisons around the region. You can see that around, on average, in recent times, about 8% of Cook Island visitors have complained about environmental quality during their visit. Places like Yap or Niue, that is even lower, 3 or 4%. But in the Solomon Islands, 35% of visitors are complaining about environmental quality as one of the least appealing aspects of their visit. This again allows destinations to begin to understand how they compare to others and how they can improve their performance in areas like environmental quality. We also gather other data from visitors, and I don't want to go into detail here, but you can see here that we gather information on what visitors do. So we can see, for example, that 27% of visitors to the Cook Islands went to church on a Sunday. Not necessarily because they wanted to worship, but partly because this is part of the visitor experience. Likewise, 82% of visitors to the Cook Islands do some kind of snorkeling. We can also understand satisfaction with those experiences. So here we can see on a scale from 0 to 5 that going to church on a Sunday gets a very, very high satisfaction score from visitors, as do most of these cultural activities. This is an indication to the Cook Islands that there's great opportunity to grow and develop those cultural experiences to go alongside with the water-based activities and land activities that have traditionally been the base for the tourism industry. So all of this information that we gather can be used to help plan and manage tourism as we go forward in the Cook Islands. This is the visitor data that we are talking about. We can use this visitor data to help us respond to the challenges of over-tourism and under-tourism. And actually, I guess the thing I want to really stress here is that while we are in a very different environment now, while we have no tourists and we will have few tourists for some time to come, the challenges and the problems of over-tourism still remain. We still face the challenge of how do we grow a new industry that is environmentally sustainable? How do we grow a new tourism that meets the needs of community? How do we grow a tourism that is going to focus on yield and economic linkage, not just on numbers of arrivals? Those were the same questions and the same challenges we faced in over-tourism. What we now need to do is find new ways to address the under-tourism dimension, but we've got the same kinds of issues here. So I just want to show you 3 quick examples of how we are using this data and how the Cook Islands is using this data to respond to these challenges. The first thing I would say is that the Cook Islands is looking very closely at what we call travel bubbles. How can we build a travel bubble or a link to New Zealand? New Zealand does not have very many or very few, actually at the moment, community cases of coronavirus. We had 100 days without any community transmission. The Cook Islands has had no coronavirus in the country. So they are looking to build a corridor or a bubble between the 2 countries. This data is very powerful to help inform both the Cook Islands and New Zealand government about the visitors, who are going to be going, how they can be reached, what kinds of characteristics they have. We can also use our data from just before COVID to begin to understand how visitors feel about the COVID-free status of the Cook Islands. So this slide shows you information from the International Visitor Survey in the 3 months before the border closed. Now, the survey is continuing to be ready to start again as soon as visitors come, but in March, the borders closed. And you can see here that 43% of the visitors between January and March of this year said that they were aware that COVID was an issue. COVID was in the world when they made their booking. Of that group, 36% said that actually they were interested in coming to the Cook Islands because they knew that the Cook Islands was COVID-free. Now, one of the key things for the Cook Islands as they begin to market and develop tourism after COVID is how can they make the most of the fact that they have never had COVID? How can they show that they are one of the safest places in the world to travel to? This data, again, can be very useful in helping them market and develop strategies around tourism. Now, there are other questions we need to ask. When tourism comes back, we're going to need to think about risk-tolerant groups. We're going to need to think about high-yield visitors. So another thing that we can do is help the Cook Islands using our data to segment markets and to understand the right kind of visitor to attract. And one of the areas that we're focusing on is to help the Cook Islands move away from what we call fly and flop visitors, or people that just come to a resort and do very little, to visitors that are actually wanting to explore more about the Cook Islands, to learn more about culture, to learn more about ways they can spend money. So we're looking to target the soft adventure market. And we can segment these markets based on the number of activities that visitors do. So we can use our IVS data to create segmentation based on these kinds of activity numbers. So a soft adventurer is someone that undertakes between 4 and 6 of these activities in the Cook Islands. A hard adventurer, 7 or more. And we can see a number of interesting things. We can see that visitors that are soft adventurers or hard adventurers are staying longer in the Cook Islands. So that means they are a good market to start with. But we can also see that overall economic impact is far higher for the soft adventure visitor than for the visitor that just comes to the resort and lies by the swimming pool and doesn't do much else, the fly and flop visitor. This data helps the Cook Islands government understand what are the high yield markets we can aim for. And given that these markets are soft adventurers, they also tend to have slightly different demographics. Demographics that lead us to believe that they will be more risk tolerant, more willing to begin to travel than some of the more traditional family type resort travelers, for example. So you can see here that the soft adventure market is the most satisfied market with the Cook Islands experience. So this is another factor that we are saying should lead the Cook Islands to think about this market as they begin to bounce back from COVID. But you can see also that over time, this soft adventure market has remained quite stable, maybe even declining a little bit in recent years. So the message for the Cook Islands is that they need to be thinking about developing new marketing tools, new approaches to attract a market that is higher yield, younger, more likely to engage with the economy directly, and is probably the most risk tolerant of all groups. So this can help the Cook Islands guide and understand their policies towards new visitor markets. And you can see here that when we look at soft adventurers, there's only 53% of that market actually come from New Zealand. Nearly 3/4 of the fly and flop or resort visitors come from New Zealand. The big focus for us in the Cook Islands now is how do we take that New Zealand market, which will be the first market to come back to the Cook Islands, and how do we encourage more soft adventure travel out of the Cook Islands. So this allows the Cook Islands to really target their marketing, really target specific groups, and begin to build COVID in a very focused, rebuild post-COVID tourism in a very focused way. And likewise, as I said before, we can see that the younger age groups are dominating these adventure travelers. They are more likely to be risk tolerant. So this is another message that we drive home to the Cook Islands. Now, I just want to talk briefly about the other research that we do in the Cook Islands. Because we want to understand not just the demand side, but also the supply side, we conduct a business confidence index or a business survey, which runs every 6 months during high and low season periods. And we've been running this now for a number of years. It's an online survey, and we get a very strong response rate to that survey. I just want to show you some of the trends that we see emerging from this research. This research helps us understand what the industry feels about tourism. It also helps us understand how confident they feel about tourism in the future. It also helps us understand how many people they employ, what kind of linkages they create to the economy. It helps us create a multiplier analysis from our visitor data as well. I'm not going to cover all of that. I just want to show you a couple of really interesting trends. We have just finished our latest business confidence index. So this is the first that has been conducted post-COVID. And you can see it is this one here. So this is the 9th phase, or the 9th time we have run the survey. So this is over now nearly 5 years. And you can see that for both non-tourism businesses, so businesses that are not tourism businesses, and also businesses that are hotels, tour operators, restaurants, confidence has been quite high for a number of periods, a number of years, especially in the tourism sector. But post-COVID, that confidence has disappeared. Now, that's not a surprise. But what it does show us is that we now have a benchmark. So when we do our survey in 6 months' time or in a year's time, we're going to be able to see how that confidence changes and evolves. We need to have that benchmark so that we can begin to understand how the industry feels about COVID and bouncing back from COVID as well. This gives us another way of understanding industry performance and also projections of how the industry may change over time. Now, there's a lot here, but I just want to highlight one thing. In our survey, we ask our respondents on a 5-point scale, how important is it to maximize visitor spend and to maximize visitor numbers? And you can see that in the Cook Islands, consistently, the businesses have been very interested in building visitor spend, visitor yield. But in the last few years of over-tourism, the businesses themselves have been saying, we do not want to keep growing visitor numbers. That is not important for us now. In fact, we can't keep growing visitor numbers because we're going to destroy the goose that lays the golden egg. It's going to destroy our resources, our resource base. So you could see that just before COVID, the Likert scale had dropped down to 3.6. Post-COVID, we have seen that grow again. So businesses are thinking more about growing visitor numbers, but that has not come back to the level that it was. What this indicates to us is that we have a tourism industry here that now understands that it can't go back to the way it was. It can't go back to over-tourism. It has to find a new way forward. Yes, they want to grow numbers, but they are not as desperate to grow numbers as they were 5 years ago. The focus remains on growing yield. So this is good news for the tourism industry as they begin to develop strategies and approaches to bounce back from the COVID challenge. We also get lots of fantastic qualitative comments from businesses, and these are just some of the things that businesses have said about COVID. The challenges that they're facing, many of their staff may have left the Cook Islands to look for work in other parts of the region that are open to travel. Others have lost their jobs and are not sure and maybe retraining for other activities. We know that there are challenges for businesses, but we can also see from our research that businesses see opportunities. They see this as a chance to look at improving their technology use. And I know that one of our speakers will be touching on that later. They see it as perhaps opening up opportunities for the Cook Islands against other competitors. And they certainly see the value of having a safe destination and being able to market that to other markets as well. Now, the last thing I want to look at is the community survey. And for me as a researcher, this is the missing gap in tourism research now. We know a lot about visitors. We know an increasing amount about businesses, but we know very little about community attitudes towards tourism, especially at a national scale or at a regional scale. There are certainly studies that have been done at a community level, but at a national scale, this is missing. And this is particularly important now because if we want to measure tourism performance, we need to understand how community feels about tourism. If tourism works for communities, then communities will work for tourism. But if tourism does not benefit communities, we can't talk about it being sustainable. We can't talk about it bringing economic benefit. The other thing is that communities now, in the age of COVID, need to be willing to welcome tourists back. We need to realize that for many parts of the world, as we have seen in Europe and the Caribbean, even in French Polynesia, opening up to tourism means opening up to the risk of coronavirus. And it's absolutely essential for us that we begin to understand whether communities are ready to welcome back tourism. And if they are, on what basis? What are the restrictions they want to see? How do they feel about this? So we see in New Zealand, we see in the Pacific Islands, governments now taking a lot of attention, paying a lot of attention to what communities feel. Now in the Cook Islands, we have now run 2 national online surveys to understand community attitudes. I believe these are the first national online surveys that have been completed in the Pacific and perhaps anywhere. Now, of course, we're dealing with small numbers of people here. The survey is run on cell phones. We reach everyone through the telecommunication provider. And we've had a very strong sample response, nearly 8% of the total population, nearly 1,000 respondents. It gives us a very robust data set. And we've now done this twice, and we are about to do it again. So in a few months, we will have our first post-COVID survey. This was done just before COVID. I just want to show you a few quick details. You can see that whether people in the Cook Islands live on the main island of Rarotonga or on the second tourism island, which is Aitataki, they support tourism. They believe that tourism is good for the Cook Islands. And that is generally because they can see the economic benefit that the industry brings. You can see also that based on a Likert scale, whether people work in tourism or whether they don't work in tourism, they feel very proud about the fact that the Cook Islands attracts lots of visitors. However, they do not feel, if they work outside tourism, that they benefit from tourism. They don't feel that they're getting much benefit from the industry. This indicates a challenge for tourism. How can we show people that they are actually benefiting directly if they work in a supermarket, if they work as a farmer, that they are actually getting real benefit from the tourism sector? So this highlights an area that we need to work on further. We can also see that the Cook Island Maori, or indigenous population of the Cook Islands, are less likely to feel that they benefit directly from tourism. That it's the non-Cook Islanders that are saying they are more likely to benefit. So this is, again, another measure that we have to look at as we move forward with the tourism industry post-COVID. How can we recreate, reimagine, reset a tourism industry that will bring more benefits to some of these groups? We have the data to measure this over time. We have data that shows us people's attitudes about, again, Likert scale attitudes about whether tourism is good for the economy, whether businesses, foreign businesses, should be restricted from investing in the economy, whether house prices have gone up because of tourism. So we can begin to measure the tensions or the challenges that the community faces because of tourism development. We can also see here that people living in Rarotonga are far more likely to feel that tourism causes overcrowding. They are much more likely to say that tourism is causing environmental damage to their island than those that are living on Aitataki, which is a smaller island with less tourism development. So all of this community data really begins to provide a baseline of what was happening during the period of over-tourism and how things are going to change after COVID. And post-COVID, we are adding a number of questions that are going to ask the community about how they feel about opening up to tourism, how many tourists should come, where those tourists should come from, because that is information we need to plan and develop tourism as we move forward. We ask other questions. We ask Likert scale, again, responses around whether people are keen to feel that tourism brings opportunities to learn from other cultures, whether it's made them more aware of their own cultures. So we capture a lot of information. You can see 90% of Cook Islanders say they would like to share their culture and values with tourists. So this is all very important information to help us understand and manage tourism as we go forward. We have a baseline to build on here. We can be sure, for example, as we move forward, that there are more people in the community that rate highly the notion that they are well informed about tourism, that feel that they have the opportunity to express their views about tourism. These are all Likert scale responses that we would like to see grow over time. We also gather lots of information from the community in terms of quotes and qualitative data. And you can see here that people are really feeling that tourism is positive. It creates opportunities. It brings a sense of pride in their place. They want to show off who they are to the rest of the world. But we can also see that many of our community people in the Cook Islands are saying that numbers before COVID were too high, that tourism was leading to some increases in inequality, that it was harder and harder to find accommodation because everyone was renting properties to Airbnb. So what all of this shows us again is the challenges facing the community before COVID. What we can do now is trace to see how COVID changes this over time without losing perspective on this. So I've got just 2 or 3 minutes to finish, and I just wanted to show you what all of this means, how we're bringing this together for the Cook Islands. We've worked with the Cook Islands to develop a sustainable tourism framework. And that framework is based on the indicators that we can take from the visitor survey, the community survey, and the business surveys. Those surveys give us indicators upon which we can measure and understand the performance of tourism. Not just about tourism numbers, but actually a focus on well-being, on economic impact, on environmental sustainability. Those are indicators that we can measure easily through this data. We don't need scientists. We don't need to spend lots of money on extra research. We've actually got the tools here to help us do that. So the framework which we developed with the Cook Islands features lots of different ideas about how to manage and grow tourism in a sustainable way so that it provides a future for the children, the young people of the Cook Islands. And all through the framework, there are a series of indicators. One indicator, for example, is how many visitors say that they have had a good experience or are able to access local food. How many complain about not being able to access local food? We've got 8 years of data on that, so that allows us to use a series of symbols to understand whether we are having positive outcomes with these indicators or negative outcomes. And these indicators can then feed into national sustainable development goals that have been developed. So for example, we can see here that the percentage of visitors over time that have made positive comments about the availability of local food have been increasing. The percentage saying that they have had negative experiences in accessing local food have been going down. We can do the same with people's attitudes about environmental quality, about visitor expenditure, a range of different things. So we have now provided the Cook Islands with a set of data and indicators that can allow them not only to plan tourism, both for a time of over-tourism and under-tourism, but can also help tourism now to link into the UN Sustainable Development Goals and a national sustainable development framework. And I believe this is the first time that this has been achieved in the Pacific. The good thing is we've got data that we can collect and continue to collect very cost effectively. And we've got a growing awareness of how important research is and universities are to helping create sustainable tourism plans and strategies. Thank you very much. I think that's my 40 minutes and I appreciate this. I covered a lot of ground. I hope you found some of those messages to be useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Simon. Thank you for your enlightenment on how to manage over tourism and under tourism. I'm sure we get the idea of how to manage our destination right now. But before we go to the next session, there are a few questions for you, Professor Simon. First from Miss UK Permata Lisna. He asks you about what you see from Indonesian tourism industry. What we should do to do the best to be what we should do to be as good as Cook Island. I see you have a research about Mentawai too, so maybe you can give us a clue how to be as good as Cook Island.
Well, that's a great question, and I'm sure the Cook Islands are very, very flattered to hear that. I guess I think the main message I would have, and we're lucky also to have some PhD students with us from Indonesia who are working on challenges there, who are actually in New Zealand at the moment. I guess my first message would be that it's important to think about regional and local scale. It's important to think about how you can manage these challenges, obviously at a national level, but Indonesia is a massive, massive country. You are one of the biggest countries in the world. Cook Islands is one of the smallest countries in the world. So the Cook Islands is operating at a very different scale. But I know from my experience that what I have learned in the Cook Islands is very useful in New Zealand when we start to talk about communities or regions. And Indonesia, as you are all aware, is a very diverse nation with many different regions, many different challenges and many different opportunities. So my first message would be try and find ways that you can work at a local or a regional scale to build data and information to inform your planning and strategy as you go forward. That takes time though, and you can see that we've worked for 8 years in the Cook Islands to get to where we are now. In some of the places we're working, we've only worked for 3 years and we're only just starting in some places. But even then, there are things that you can do straight away. You can start to think more about understanding visitor behavior and expenditure rather than just arrivals as a way to plan and develop your industry. You can begin to think about your community and how they are linked to tourism and feature in tourism. We have an Indonesian PhD student right now who is trying to understand how destination management systems and websites that are designed for marketing, how well they actually show the opportunities for visitors to engage with local economies and community and culture, for example. So there are many ways I think that you can make some starts to this, but the real challenge, of course, is to get on top of COVID and to manage that. And hopefully that will be something that will happen over time. And then you can begin to understand who are your risk tolerant markets, where can you begin to open up your industry, and then begin to build on these ideas that we've been talking about today. I hope that answers your very good and very big question. I know it's I only have a short time.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And we have a few question 2. The next one is from Mr. Pasaribu. Yeah, his question is, what strategy would you like to suggest to convince the local community to welcome the visitor, especially foreign visitor, in this current pandemic condition? And also, what the strategy for convincing the tourism business that tourism is still leading business sector for countries like in New Zealand? Thank you, Prof.
Yeah. Okay, that's a really good question. And it's a question actually that we've been dealing with directly in the Cook Islands and in New Zealand. I think the first thing to remember, and it may be different in Indonesia, but in the Cook Islands and in New Zealand, the governments have been providing some support to businesses and communities. So if you have lost your job, or if you are a tourism business that has had to close down, they have been providing some subsidies to help survive. Now, at the moment, that has meant that we have not seen, for example, quite as dramatic an impact of this shutdown. But we know that those subsidies will begin to run out. We can't keep them going on forever. So I think the very first thing that will convince communities and business will be when they see the reality of the situation. And we are seeing that now across the region. The second thing I think that is so important, and this again comes back to research and data, is to really be able to show business and community just how important tourism is. We may not always realize how important tourism is until it disappears. There is a singer, a very famous Canadian singer called Joni Mitchell, who has a song which says, "You don't always know what you've got till it's gone." And that's the same with tourism. I think many communities and businesses, even those that are not tourism businesses, are right now realizing just how connected they are to tourism. So I think it's going to be very important to allow communities to come to this realization themselves, and they are going to come to that realization, but to also support them to do that by showing them the data that really reinforces how important it is to have tourism come back. The second part of this, though, is to make sure that the community has information about who is coming. Where are they coming from? What kind of visitors are they? What will they be doing? How will they be managed? You must make sure you share that information, because if you do not have that community support, everyone will suffer. The visitor will suffer because they will feel that they are not being greeted in a friendly way. The community will suffer because they will feel they have not been taken seriously as a key stakeholder. And of course, business will suffer and government will suffer as well. So I think the main thing I would say is that after COVID, or maybe that's not the right word, because I think COVID is here to stay, but as we learn to manage COVID, the key thing is going to be saying, how do we put the community at the center of a lot of what we do with tourism, not just as a sideline?
Okay, thank you, Professor Simon. And the next one, the last one for this session, it's from Mr. Trisna Putra. He have a visit Cook Island, so he have a question about Cook Island. His question is, I'm really curious about Maori people, indigenous people in that island, how they see COVID-19 based on their spiritual understanding. Okay.
Well, that's a great question, and I'm afraid I'm not Cook Island Maori, so my understanding of their spiritual needs is limited. What I can say, though, is that the Cook Island Maori people are the dominant population in the Cook Islands. So I think they make up something like 80% or more of the population. Cook Island Maori are also very closely related to and linked to New Zealand Maori. They are very similar in many ways. They are very connected. What we have seen in the Pacific and with both Maori in New Zealand and Cook Island Maori is a very cautious approach to COVID. A real understanding that this is an illness and a disease that can cause major problems, especially in economies which are not very large and do not have very sophisticated healthcare systems. This is a real issue. And of course, we need to remember that in places like the Cook Islands or Samoa, there have been previous pandemics like flu, for example, that have caused major challenges. So they are very cautious. And I'll just give you an anecdote of that. In the Cook Islands, where there has not been a single COVID case, they were very quick to open up domestic tourism. So you could fly from Rarotonga to other islands. But even though there were no cases in the Cook Islands, there were some islands that said, we do not want to open up to domestic tourism. They were so cautious. In New Zealand, we have had some of our Maori communities and regions around the country who have actually put up roadblocks as well, working with our police, put up roadblocks to say, we want to have an extra level of protection. We want to have control. So I can't answer about the spiritual dimension, but what I can say is that these are people that are very aware of the challenge that comes with COVID and are therefore very aware of the challenge that comes with tourism.
Okay, thank you, Professor Simon, for your explanation.
Thank you.
Give us an enlightenment. Before we close this session, can you join us until this last session at 12?
Yes, I can. That's my
Okay.
plan, because I understand there may be some questions at the end. Is that right?
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
And I look forward to hearing the other speakers, of course. I'm very interested.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Professor
Thank you.
Simon. Okay. Before we go to the second speakers, Professor Simon. Before we go to the second invited speakers, let me show your profile before, because I forget in the first time. Wait. This is the profile of Professor Simon Mile. He's a professor of tourism from Auckland University of Technology, director of the New Zealand Tourism Research Institute. He's completed his PhD in economic geography at Cambridge University and then taught at McGill University before returning to New Zealand. Simon has consulted to a number of international organizations such as UNDP, UNEP, the AU, and the World Bank, IFC, and the OES. For over 25 years, Simon research have focused on developing innovative evidence-based solutions to some of the most pressing tourism challenges facing destination. Okay, and some currently leads the Pacific Tourism Data Initiative. The PTDI support the development of tourism decision support in 7 Pacific Island countries and will expand further in 2021. Simon and his team at NZTRI are currently focused on providing data lead insight to inform, guide, and measure to the return of tourism Pacific SIDS in the wake of COVID-19. Okay. Thank you, Professor Simon, for joining us today. And we go to the second invited speaker. Okay. As our next second invited speaker is Professor Dr. Muhammad Salahuddin Muhammad Zahari. Okay. Oh wait, before we go to Professor Dr. Muhammad Salahuddin, Professor Simon, we have an e-certificate for you as our appreciation for your presentation. This is your e-certificate, and we will send it on your email immediately. Thank you. And for the next agenda, I would like to bring us to the second presentation from Professor Dr. Muhammad Salahuddin Muhammad Zahari. He's an expert on gastronomic tourism, and he will give us an interesting presentation about how to unleashing the potential of gastronomic tourism. profile? Okay. Without further ado, this is Professor Muhammad Salahuddin Muhammad Zahari. He's a professor and dean of Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, University Technology Mara, Puncak Alam, Selangor, Malaysia. His education background is PhD degree in Hospitality Management from the Lincoln University, New Zealand, Master in International Hospitality Management from University of Strathclyde, Scotland, a Bachelor in Food Service Management, Associate Occupational Science degree AWS in Culinary Art from Johnson and Wales, USA. He has an editorial membership on International Journal of Hospitality, Tourism, and Culinary Art and the Tourism Educator Association of Malaysia Journal, Team Journal. Good morning, Professor Muhammad Salahuddin. Hello, Prof. Your camera is.
Yeah. I need to check. I need to change the. Oh, where is it?
Okay.
Wait. Let me change this one first.
Okay, Prof.
How to turn this one? Wait. Oh boy. Oh, I have technical problem here.
Yeah.
Let me call my technician.
Okay.
What?
Okay, Professor Muhammad Salahuddin. Your microphone, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Sorry about that.
Okay, that's okay, Professor.
Maaf ya.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, Professor Muhammad Salahuddin, you've got 40 minutes to present your topic, and the time is yours, sir.
Okay. Can you highlight the my slide presentation just now, or you want me to highlight? You want me to share or?
You can share it by yourself, sir.
Okay, saya.
Okay.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Excellency Professor Ginastri, Rector Universitas Padang Negeri Padang, Dr. Rinaldi, Deputy Rector Universiti Negeri Padang, Dr. Ibu Ernawati, Dean of Faculty and Tourism and Hospitality, Bapak Trishna Putra, Chairman of the conference, Prof. Chihan from University of South Florida, Professor Simon from the AUT New Zealand, organizing committee, and all online conference participants. Apa khabar? And how everybody's doing? Okay, thank you very much for organizing committee, for inviting me to give or to share my knowledge on the gastronomic tourism. Okay. Oh boy, that's the problem. Okay, let me start with the past of the gastronomic tourism. Okay, in the last 30 and 40 years, most people, we can see that associated tourism only with traveling for pleasures, and they consider as one industry. Okay, and some consider that tourism industry just provide services related to leisure and recreation only. And this perception, however, gradually changed in mid-1980. You can see that people start looking at the broader realms of the tourism industry. You can see since then, tourism is described as activity of people taking trip away from home or moving, a movement of people to destinations away from their normal residences for leisure and recreation. We can see after that, we see that the leisure tourism, recreation, sport, culture, and transportation and business, shopping, as well as marine, adventure, and MICE, and many other tourism, have focused by many other tourism activities. And most countries like Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, as well as Indonesia, besides getting from export of agricultural or manufacturing goods, but still rely on the tourism received for their economic growth. Much emphasis, you can see, is placed on addressing the need to set the right logistics, the right infrastructure to bring a more plane load of tourists from developed world to exotic location. And many money is spent on grocery advertising, campaign at home, abroad, and building the airports and connecting roads, hotel, and training of tour guide to speak as many of the world important language as possible. During that time, we can see that gastronomy, however, has always been taken for granted for many countries, particularly the developing countries and the third world countries, as potential product that can be attract international tourists, as well as they contribute to money spinner for the country. Now, although experiencing various tourism, that tourists cannot ignore the food when they're traveling. This is always that I always quote that when people traveling, they can't leave their taste bud home. They can't leave, wherever they go, they must eat. They must at least feeding themselves or feed themselves with whatever food. And you can see that from the statistic showing that most of the country accommodation with regard to food and beverage is ranking #1. It's around 50 to 55% of expenditure used for the accommodation and food and beverage. Second, shopping. The third is transportation, entertainment, domestic affairs, and organized tour, and others like 1% for miscellaneous. Okay. Then we see that in line with this statistic, many of the countries realize that either in developing countries, developed country in particular, perceive that gastronomy and food can provide an impetus for economic and social growth of the country. We see in America, Europe, Spain, French, Japan, Chinese, Hong Kong, Australia, New Zealand. Just to, I name a few only. Besides other products that they have, they start off putting effort into the tourism, gastronomic tourism. We can see a lot of the packages in Australia. Like I can give example, Intrepids in Australia. They're bringing people, they're bringing tourists to the area of vineyard area. Okay, you can see also in France, a stranger. In Italy, I can name a few. They're bringing tourists to tasting wine at the vineyard, visiting historical places, and for their history and art and culture. And in fact, you can see coffee known as Historica, and this one also, Indonesia is part of it. Coffee tour, country like Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Peru, Panama, and Brazil, and Ethiopia. Tea tour like Sri Lanka and Japan. Okay, chocolate tour, Belgium. Although Belgium is not a cocoa producer, but they produce the highest chocolate in the world, as well as the Switzerland. And this area start getting popular among the international tourists on the gastronomic tourism, also culture of food. Okay. Now I want to go into, I channel up into the Southeast Asian country with regard to gastronomic tourism. I'll start with Singapore. Okay. You can see Singapore, ecologically, Singapore is poor in natural resources, quite poor, a tiny country to support their food, but they have the diverse food, and with more resources were imported from neighboring country. They don't produce their own food, mostly imported. However, they are really successful of promoting gastronomic tourism. Yeah, in Singapore, you see, we can see that you use a slogan of food capital of Asia. Food dining, dining out, Singapore Festival, World Gourmet Festival. But now during COVID, kind of slow thing in terms of the gastronomic tourism in that particular, even the world, right? Or hopefully that after the COVID-19, like I said, I don't want to say that COVID-19 been lifted, but COVID-19 been under control. So hopefully the gastronomic tourism can be as active again, right? Singapore, if we think that Singapore is the street stall, the most popular street stall in the world, they really have the kind of clean environment with all the stall. That's the reason why they're attracting more tourists into the this tiny country. Second, in Malaysia, we started promoting gastronomic tourism in 2007. Yeah, because Malaysian gastronomy aspect are the product of in terms of acculturation, assimilation between the major ethnic Chinese, Indian, and Malay, and other small ethnic in Sabah and Sarawak, and also the Malaysian government realized that the food tourism can be grossly promoted. So therefore, we used the Malaysian used the campaign of the food ambassador in collaboration with professional chefs. Another idea that the government of Malaysian promoting gastronomy is introducing and distributing the Halal International. Halal International. So we're trying to be in halal. I think Indonesia is getting close into the halal country. All right. Accommodation and food among the international tourists in Malaysia was ranked number 1. Again, I repeat, accommodation and food expenditure among the international tourists in Malaysia is ranked number 1 in the echelon. This is followed by other activities like shopping, entertainment, mountain, jungle, sand and sea, as well as historical places. Now we go to the next, our neighboring country, Thailand. Yeah, Thai food and Thai food culture has long been recognized with unique taste and ingredients. The Tourism Authority of Thailand have prevented many efforts in settling up the kind of like institute, exploring and developing some of the innovative attraction like river market. Okay, Thailand is popular with river market, things like that. And at time to combine the food, the local souvenirs, the culture into potential tourism experience for the visitors. If you can see, if I can quote 1 or 2, clothing market, Klong Lat floating market in Bangkok, Taling Chan floating market, a lot of floating market, floating Pattaya floating market. This way, this is image that developed by Thailand in order to attract the international tourists into the beside the other tourism product, but they try to increase the popularity of the gastronomic tourism. Just Thailand. Some example of the food there. And then we go to the specific area of Indonesia. Yeah. Compare with Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand. Undoubtedly, we cannot deny that Indonesia has the most complete asset and advantage in gastronomic tourism. Why I say that? 34 provinces with 17,000 islands, 485 ethnics. I hope I count right that one. If anybody don't agree with me later, boleh challenge. Okay, a wide area with high biodiversity, huge diversity in ethnic and tribes, various culture and tradition. I'm really confident, absolutely confident that Indonesia having a wide spectrum of traditional cuisine, food, and culture. Yeah, why I say that? It's clear, evident that Indonesia gastronomic tourism can be hugely be promoted to the local and international tourists. Thousands of the local food that can be offered can offer a strong focal point that portraying Indonesia as a tourism destination. I think now the Indonesian government start engrossly focusing on the gastronomic tourism as well as other tourism, the conventional tourism, the modern tourism. And then, like I say just now, when they travel, they can't leave their taste bud home. So they need to eat. So therefore, indeed, that this country, Indonesia, has a unique and diverse food-related activity that international visitors could experience when traveling here. I will talk later based on my study with regards to Padang food, right? And as everybody knows, I think most of Indian traditional cuisine had acceptable in terms of taste, and they could be accepted by local and international tourists. For example, we see that West Java, particularly Bandung, known as the shopping destination among the Southeast Asian tourists as well as the European tourists now. So we can see that when you go to Bandung, people say that, why don't you taste a sarabi, Bandung sarabi? Okay, I can pick up some. Siomay Bandung, Cimol, okay? But this is credit, another place credit to West Sumatra province, particularly Padang. You name it, everywhere, even in Malaysia, in Singapore, in everywhere, in part of the world, Padang food is very famous, yeah, like rendang Padang, ayam and daging balado. If I go to Padang, I've never missed the kind of thing. Rumah makan Padang must be visited. Okay, so therefore, gulai ayam, gulai kepala ikan, sambal hijau, things like that, and many others. And this is similar region to our region in Indonesia. Okay, we go to Riau, a Riau food. So therefore, thus, I think gastronomic and culinary tourism, besides other tourism products, would give the competitive advantage for Indonesian as central to destination development, which in turn can contribute into the overall economic performance. I think the Indonesian is getting there now. Is getting there. It's just like now because of the COVID-19, something that slow down the process of traveling inbound and outbound tourists to any country in the world. Yeah. Nevertheless, during COVID also, we can see that part of gastronomic tourism is still accelerating. Yeah. Online business is mushrooming. Even some international tourists who stuck during the COVID-19 in particular country, they need to have, and even I've got commented from some of the international tourists in Malaysia, they stay about 3 months in the hotel. They used to eat Malaysian food now. They love spicy food now, although they are European. So therefore, same thing to Indonesia. I think the Malaysia, we know we have a food panda. They put dah makan. Singapore food panda also. I think Indonesian must be proud because of you are the pioneer in terms of Gojek, Grabs, things like that. Even some country is trying to follow Indonesian in terms of how the Gojek or a delivery process been done by the Indonesian. Philippines, we have Instrabat, and okay, during the COVID-19, in terms of the food delivery, that is part of the what we call gastronomic product. Yeah, although we can see that certain thing in terms of visiting the food production places or food production plant can be done. However, in terms of food, people must eat. Okay. With that scenario, what are the possible ways to promote? Sorry. What are the possible ways to promote the gastronomic tourism? Okay. This is based on my study. I did study I haven't finished in Padang, but I finished study with regard to Malaysian gastronomy product. We in the verge of finishing the second one. We're comparing the Padang and the Malaysian in terms of the what we call it gastronomic tourism product. Yeah, it clearly shows that besides visiting, exploring and experiencing the various tourism attraction in that particular country, in those two countries, the local gastronomy product were also seen as contributing into the tourist experiences. Okay, the internationalists positively perceive that the local gastronomy product like food and beverage and food culture as one of the attraction, and this perception impact, it was translated into the high level of consumption and experience. So therefore, what could we do? Whatever we have done now, we proceed, maintain it, but we need to work harder in terms of promoting the what we call gastronomic or food tourism. Therefore, number one, food operators. If we had a food operators, either local restaurant, either hawker stall or food court, whatever food court who operate their business at the frequently visited by international tourists should be promoted, more on the various of local ethnic food. Yeah, with a good quality, maintain the cleanliness, yeah, and decent presentation. Some part of the country like Malaysia, they have the good food, but they did not maintain the cleanliness of the premises, and the presentation, it doesn't look good. Okay, so that one need to be taken care of. Yeah, and the result of study also show that the local food outlets such as ethnic restaurant, food court, street stall are the first choice of dining place among the Western tourists, especially the youngsters. Yeah, the business people or leisure people, business people, they probably go to high-end food premises. But then for the youngsters, okay, the millennial, they prefer to take food at the street stall for their to explore something new in their experience, food experience. Okay. Number two is that more research need to be done, but also on the food tourism, and need to be published. Some people, they just do what we call research, things like that, but they don't publish things like that. So world does not know what is the implication, what is the result of the study, like Prof. Simon did just now. I agree with him. Study need to be, although he said that small, tiny island like a Cook Island, things a very small island, but then some good practices must be done. Yeah, some good practices of that particular area need to be learned by us, right? The next one is food operators in the big cities, okay, should always maintain the quality of food served, provide efficient of service. Sometimes people ignore about services, things like that. Be concerned with cleanliness and premise. Like I said last time, when I was in last 2 years in University of Padang, I say that I give credit to Indonesian, how they greet people. We are Malaysian, we are learning from you guys in terms of greeting people. Yeah, we go anywhere, even students say, ya pak, ya pak, ya pak, things like that. We need to learn things like that from Indonesia. That's good. Indonesia should maintain this kind of greeting for the tourists. Right? The next one is that travel agencies and other tour organizers should also play important role in promoting the gastronomic, okay, through gastronomic packages. Some people, when we travel to go somewhere, normally people will bring the guests to the restaurant to taste their ethnic food or the country food, things like that. We need to maintain that. Okay, the next one is that I think from my study, the results say that encouraging wide use of promotion and local produce through various media platforms. Now, a lot of platform to be to promote the whatever tourism product thing, including the gastronomic product, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, many other, YouTube, everywhere. Okay, and then the next one, identifying the assessing of the tourist market. Who are our market? We need to do that. Okay, even restaurant, they need to do that. They need to promote their food. They are the market segment, okay, to dine at their particular restaurant. Okay, the next one is gaining knowledge about the tourism market as a tourism data. We need the data as well. The data, how much that tourists spend average when they stay in the particular country, how much they spend for the food, how much they spend for accommodation, like medical tourism in Malaysia. We are depending, the medical tourism in Malaysia is depending on the Indonesian market. And the most undertaking medical tourism in Malaysia is among the Indonesian. Without Indonesian market, I think we can't grow in terms of our medical tourism. Same thing to the gastronomic tourism. Okay, the next one, building a destination brand. Brand is another one important. That's why Padang has the international branding in terms of their food. Yeah, you go to Bali, went to Bali, we will look into Padang's food, things like that. Meaning that brand is very, very important in terms of when we have a brand, people know about it. When people talk about Indonesia, they say, oh, this food is very nice. This food, have you tried this one? Have you not tried this one? Things like that, yeah? Okay, building the destination brand based on local production or food service establishment. Like people argue in terms of kopi luwak, things like that. Now, part of your country, part of Indonesian popular with the kopi luwak, things like that. Yeah, we need to promote that one. But then inshallah, if you do that, inshallah, sooner or later, with any country that promote tourism, other tourism product, as well as food tourism product, they will be successful. Things like that. Okay, next one. I think collaboration and better networking, network between region and the group. Yeah, between, let's say, a food producer and hospitality businesses need to be tightened up. The collaboration need to be tightened up. Things like that. Otherwise, we can do without any collaboration between all parties or authority, things like that, right? Then, as a conclusion, okay, I've entertained the question later. Probably I have a few questions. Then, as a conclusion, I think collaboration and cooperation between food operators, travel agencies, the government-related authorities, and other stakeholders, yeah, therefore crucial and should be further strengthened. This is utmost important. We can't do things without any collaboration for all parties in promoting our tourism in the country. Okay, and if we can have the collaboration between all parties, we can term as the tour gastronomic, total gastronomic tourism, meaning that people come visiting our country, but if they eat their Western food or whatever food, things like that, without tasting our food, I term it, they don't experience what we call a total tourism experience in that particular country. Yeah. So if this thing can be done, I think the gastronomic tourism, promoting this part of tourism, can be achieved. Failure to develop such commonality of approach may lead. That's why I need to quote this statement, because I think Indonesia, as a huge country with huge product, which is huge potential product to be promoted, if despite the thousands of wonderful tourism product we have, the country has, it could be meaningless, yeah, if there is no collective and continuous effort to utilize the available resources and promoting them to the international as well as the internet local tourists. With that, I appreciate your listening, and is there any question? And thank you very much for inviting me for this conference. I hope that we can tighten up our collaboration between UNP as well as Faculty of Hotel and Tourism, UITM, Shah Alam. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Muhammad Salahuddin Muhammad Zahari. Yeah, we have a few questions. I will sort them for you.
Yeah.
There's a question from Miss UK and Pak Diki. It's similar. The point is that true that traditional food will always attract tourists in around the world? And how can we as academic be able to develop and introduce various type of art traditions?
Okay, that's why I said just now, we need to do, we can't, a researcher must do something in terms of promoting. We are the mechanism, we are the agent to promote our local food. So we need to have some sort, like a lot of research pertaining to, like Indonesia, we have like 34 provinces. What are the food that can be promoted? Okay, like Singapore, what they did was they recognize certain food, and then they endorse it their food. Although, like I say, although we are the same root, they have teh tarik Singapore, okay, but Malaysia also we have teh tarik. Indonesia also they have teh tarik. Singapore have satay. Indonesia have satay. Malaysian have satay. So we can't do like we can't say that Singapore satay is belong to them. They cannot pronounce satay belong to them, but they can say that, they can pronounce that this is Singapore satay, this is Malaysian satay, this is Indonesian satay. We need to share because we are dealing with same root, things like that. Singapore have Chinese, Malaysian have Chinese, Indian have Chinese, Thailand have Chinese. So therefore, we need to recognize each other by what we call it, endorsed the food as Indonesian Chinese food, Malaysian food, Chinese food, Singapore Chinese food, things like that. Then we need to do a lot of research, and then we need to publish the research. Don't stop publishing. Okay, the world will understand. I remember that I did a few research, then I published in terms of food. I put it there, gastronomy, my studies on gastronomy, tourism, and opportunity for educators. And then I got called from England. I got called from many researchers to join me in terms of getting the research into it. So now, by using the platform of journal, things that people can see our product, then that's the way we can promote our product in terms of food and many other products. Thank you.
Okay. Last question, Prof, from Mr. Pasaribu.
Yeah.
How do you see the gastronomic tourism challenge for local cuisine, conventional restaurant during this pandemic condition? Okay.
During pandemic, I think any industry is getting slow, yeah, really slow. But then, like I say just now, food, whatever things, people must eat. Yeah, so we need at least at this time a lot of, during the COVID, a lot of traditional food been, at least a lot of people what we call it, do the online or online business, things like that. Even a small scale in terms of business, people need to survive. In order to survive, so food is one of mechanism of surviving, surviving, things like that. Despite like conventional or conventional cuisine, thing like that, we need to be promoted. Although, I don't know, in Indonesia, in Malaysia right now, in the restaurant, we can sit 2 person in one table. One table, 2 person sitting. Not more than that. I don't know about Padang. Is there a restaurant still open, or we can sit more than 3 or 4 people, things like that? Dr. Retna?
Yeah.
How many people in Padang right now can sit in the restaurant?
There's a few restaurant apply that thing too, sir. There's only 2 person on one table.
2%.
Yeah, but there's a few with a lot of person
Yeah,
in one table too.
we can't stop totally, right? We can't
Yeah.
stop totally. Otherwise, the economy is going down. It's very, very bad, things like that. But it's just that, like Pak Ari said just now, the business must be accelerated. Yeah. Otherwise, economy down. The big country like Indonesia, even America, claim that the world best country. They also facing a lot of problem, things like that. But food play the important role, and the delivery in that particular thing, in that restaurant, playing important role of delivering the product, the food product, to the customer. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. We have one more question, but we will wrap up this question in the end of our session.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Prof. It's really matter for us understanding more about food and tourism. And the most important thing from gastronomic tourism is whatever you do, you need food. And it means that this industry will always grow and be the part of global
Yeah, you
tourism.
can't live about it, right?
Yeah. Okay. As our appreciation, we would like to present your e-certificate, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, this is your e-certificate, and we will send to your email immediately, sir.
Okay. Thanks,
Okay.
God.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Muhammad Salahuddin Muhammad Zahari. Okay, for the last but not least in this session, I would like to bring you to the third presentation from Dr. Chihan Chobanoglu, GSTP. He has highlight credibility and expertise on tourism and hospitality, especially on business travelers, and we'll get more information about him on the presentation. Mr. Chihan Chobanoglu, PhD, GSTP, is endowed chair professor of hotel management, director of M3 Center of Hospitality Technology and Innovation, coordinator for international program for the School of Hospitality and Tourism Management, and he is a president of Association of North America Higher Education International. Good evening, Dr. Shihan.
Good morning to you.
In Indonesia, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah. Okay. You got 40 minutes for your presentation, sir. The time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks to Professor Moat for his wonderful presentation. It made me want to come to Padang even more to taste those wonderful gastronomic foods, and also very nice presentation by Professor Simon as well. It is my pleasure to be here with you. It is quite late in Florida, but I will do my best. So I would like to share my screen with you. Hopefully you can see my screen. Today I will be talking to you about the role of technology on post-COVID tourism world. Again, thank you for your invitation. To be honest with you, I would have loved to be there in person because I love your country. I've been there once before, but I would love to go again. The technology brings us together here, which is wonderful, but it can never replace that face-to-face interaction. So again, greetings to you from Florida, USA. Today is a big day in America because of the elections. You probably know that two candidates are trying to get for the seat for the presidency. We are watching for the results to come in. But I just want to show you quickly that where I am connecting to you from Sarasota, Florida. For those of you who may not know where it is located in the state of Florida. Florida is a destination state in America. Every year, more than 100 million people visit, domestic and international visitors visit Florida. Of course, in 2020, due to COVID, this number will be significantly less, just like any place else in the world. If you look at Florida a little bit more closer, I live, as I said, that right now I'm in Sarasota, which is in the west coast of Florida. To give you a reference, Orlando is a big city, well known. That's about 2 hours from Sarasota, and Miami is 3.5 hours, and Tampa is 1 hour. But my university has 3 campuses, University of South Florida in Tampa, Sarasota, and St. Petersburg. They're all part of the same university. Beautiful, beautiful beaches, just like your country has very, very nice places, just like this one. But this is actually Siesta Key, one of the best beaches in America, not too far from our university. Again, this is another picture. And what you see on this picture is the mainland here on the right-hand side. And this is the islands chain, island after island, Longboard Key, Siesta Key, Anna Maria Island, etc. So this is just a small introduction to where I am connecting. Also, I would like to tell you, whoever is watching this wonderful conference, to also our University School of Hospitality and Tourism Management's Post-Crisis Hospitality Management Certificate Program. This certificate program is offered through our university and free of charge, and it takes 7 weeks to complete. And our first lecture was actually done yesterday. So if any of you would like to attend and get a certificate for free of charge from University of South Florida, please go to m3center.org and we will be happy to have you. Registrations are still open. The first lecture happened actually yesterday. We had about 6,000 people joined this certificate program from 100 plus countries. So you are all welcome. If you were to join today, you will be able to watch the yesterday's lecture online on YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/m3center. You can either attend the other sessions live or just like this one from the recording. M3 Center also publishes 3 open access journals: Journal of Global Business Insights, Global Education and Research, and our brand new journal is Journal of Global Hospitality and Tourism. These are all true open access journals, which means that free to submit, free to publish, and free to access. Thanks to University of South Florida Library and also the M3 Center for their support to make that available. Similarly, we also publish books. They are all free of charge. I invite you to visit excuse me, m3center.org and click on the journals. You'll be able to see. Okay, now I think that I spent about 5 minutes on introductions. I would like to get to my topic. I would like to tell you that some of the results that I'm going to present today is coming from series of events. One of them is M3 Center think tanks, hospitality and tourism think tanks. We started this actually in later part of 2018. What we wanted to do at that time is to be able to bring people together in think tanks and try to project to year 2030 and see what are going to happen, what changes are going to happen in hospitality and tourism, what are the main trends in hospitality and tourism. For that reason, we have done 3 think tanks. The first one happened in October 2018 in Vietnam. We had a conference there in Ho Chi Minh City. Throughout this conference, we had it. The second one was in November in 2018 in New York. And we also had the third one in Cyprus in February 2019. We also did a global study. We utilized Delphi method. We got 14,000 entries from almost 2,500 participants from industrial professionals, academicians, and tourists. So that's a lot of data. We brought them all together, qualitative data, and come up with the top 10 trends as of 2019. Again, these trends that I'm going to show you was announced in the later part of 2019. Number 1 was sustainable tourism, followed by technology, experience tourism, innovation, security and safety, personalization, artificial intelligence and robots, sharing economy, over tourism, and alternative tourism. If you look at this list, first of all, you see over tourism here, which now after this pandemic, we all wish that we had actually over tourism, but unfortunately right now over tourism became no tourism or little tourism. For that reason, we have updated this list as of 2020 because of the pandemic. News like this that you are seeing on the screen that many people have done. So now over tourism went out. Number 10 in the previous list became number 9, alternative tourism, and number 10 became wellness tourism. So of course, when you look at this top 10, there is quite a few items about technology. So it appears to be, at least to me, that it's one of the most important trends that's coming And it actually proved that during Corona times that this is important, like technology, innovation is related to technology, AI, and robots, sharing economy and personalization. They are all enabled by technology by itself. You know, I am not going to bore you with all the statistics that the impact of Corona. This actually is a study that myself and one of my colleagues, Faizan Ali, have done research in early March about the impact. At that time, we estimated that about 50% of the travel worldwide will be impacted. Now we know that that is true, if not more. So the coronavirus, this pandemic, have impacted the entire industry, every segment of the industry, probably the most among all other industries. We all know that. And we also at the M3 Center, after the pandemic, as of July, start to track what we call global travel confidence. So 1 is zero confidence, 100 is full confidence. We ask people a variety of different questions, which we then calculate. Their overall travel confidence is 62% worldwide, which means that normally, of course, we did not do this, track it before Corona. But if we did, we would probably have anywhere more than 90% confidence index. So we are asked people about the travel restrictions, and 92% of them, they said their companies have travel restrictions. That's not surprising, including my university. As a matter of fact, we cannot even travel any place right now, especially outside of the United States. This is again from the same study, Travel Confidence Index for US only. If you look at car, people feel more confident traveling their cars than cruise lines and other modes of transportation. There is hope. Many people hope that this is going to finish. As a matter of fact, today's elections in America is going to determine how we are going to treat coronavirus in America, because as you may probably know, that there's really a very significant differences between two candidates' policy for handling this. We have seen signs like this all over the world, more and more, just like this one, from any small destinations to big destinations. Unfortunately, even though the economy is opening in most of the world, you probably are following Europe, that in England, in Spain, in France, and Germany, second wave came and the second lockdown actually started. USA is still, even though the number of cases are increasing, still trying to open the economy. But we are seeing pictures like this. This actually was in March in Hong Kong airport. Maybe the airports are not this empty, but definitely compared to previous years, very, very significantly lower. There was a series actually in NBC. It's called The New Normal. This was a family who has some, members of the family members. They were describing them, and then this series actually title became one of the most utilized words right now in the world during the or after the COVID pandemic. Everything has changed. Airlines are now changing. A lot of people lost their confidence, as we already have seen, which you can even probably know this from yourself. Before the pandemic, which is on the top version of the line, that there's a lot of easy stuff. You online check in for your flight, go to the airport, curbside maybe, check in your bag, go to the security, go into the lounge or the general area, board your gate, and then you off to your destination. But now there's many additional items there, and we are going to talk about it. Same thing while you're flying. And today, if you go to the airline websites or Airbus websites, you are not really actually seeing the planes or the destinations or how cheap they are. You know what you see instead? You see this video. They are trying to show, this is from Airbus, how the air conditioning works, because a lot of people scared to fly just simply because you are in a small space, and then people say if somebody has coronavirus, it will come to me. Actually, what Airbus is showing here is that the air in the airplanes are never circulated inside. The fresh air comes from outside and then cooled through the air conditioning system in the AC with the filters, and then the air inside the cabin is sucked out and then sent it outside. So every 2-3 minutes you've got fresh air. As a matter of fact, right now airplanes are one of the most safest places in terms of coronavirus danger to spread to other people. Airports may not be the same, but airplanes definitely. So a lot of things are changing, and what we focus is also changing. Another news, this is from April, Emirates Airline started to do a rapid corona test, and they actually wanted to start this just to increase the confidence in people's mind, because they wanted to, again, the scare is happening there. Look at this video now. This looks like a hospital, but it's not a hospital. Actually, it's the airport boarding gate. So they are giving the same thing is happening now with United Airlines in America. If you want to fly to Hawaii from San Francisco, Hawaii is one of these states that you need to quarantine when you come from outside. So, but if you do this in San Francisco before you board the plane, and if you are clear, you can actually go to Hawaii and do not have to quarantine. This is Bellagio, beautiful Bellagio hotel in Las Vegas. And like any other place, there's many differences, and technology play a part. The whole framework for this is the smart city. You know, the word smart is overly used right now. So what I would like to just tell you what I understand from smart and how I define. You know, before we start using this word smart tourism, smart city, smart agriculture, did we have not smart systems? We always had systems, but smart actually refers to connectivity. So the systems are independent from each other if they are connected to each other with the Internet of Things, IoT. And then even better, that if one system, when something happens, triggers the other system, then it becomes smart, as we call it. And also, I would like to just give you a quick definition of technology. As I understand, technology does not mean an expensive computer system, satellite system, or artificial intelligence. They are all technology, but not necessarily all technology mean like this. What I mean is a technology, I define it as any kind of tool or any product that makes people's life more efficient, more faster, cheaper, more sustainable, you name it. So please think of from that perspective. All of these led us to what I call is tourism 3.C. You can replicate this term for hotel 3.C, restaurant 3.C, events 3.C, theme parks 3.C, entertainment 3.C, you name it. What I mean by this is that tourism 1.0 is the tourism before we introduce a lot of technology, mainly computer systems, before the property management system, central reservation systems, or global distribution systems in hotels and travel. 2.0 is actually the introduction of computers and the internet. And tourism 3.0 actually is the era where we have smart tourism, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, things like this. And now the .C actually stands for Corona. That's how we adopt everything in our industry. One of the things that everybody is trying to do is becoming contactlessness, which means that trying to give an option to our guests to be able to do whatever they want in our hotel, restaurant, airplane, travel agency, destination, entertainment place without touching any surfaces. So this actually it become more and more important around the world. Again, our study shows that very clearly that you give people an option. Let me show you this example. Look, you are seeing the Thai dancers wearing a face shield, which I also call technology, even though it's just a simple plastic, but it is used to increase the confidence in guests who visit Bangkok and Thailand. The idea is to be able to give people a little bit more confidence to see that if somebody has corona, it will be hopefully prevented for the virus to go freely to the other places. Another example in adapting to corona times is this plexiglass in hotels in the lobby where people check in. It's interesting that I don't know if you have observed, but in many cases when I go to hotels, banks, or whatever, where they use this plexiglasses, people try to look from the side to see the people. Still, they don't want that, even though it's clear, you can see through, but people do not like any barriers. For that reason, I said in the beginning of my presentation that I wish I would be there in person because technology definitely helps with our communication, sometimes even better, but never replaces that face-to-face communication. Look, there is another one, step and pull. This is a door in a hotel. You could actually make this door, self-open, automated, but you would have to spend thousands of dollars. Instead, one company came up with this idea, just like $25, $30 solution. You just stick that to the door and people, if they prefer, look, again, the key word here is the option. Provide people the option. If they want, they can still hold the handle if they wish, but if not, they can just like put their foot on this thing. There are different variations of this. There are some ones that you can actually get with your call, but let's see how it works. As you can see, very simple technology in there. Now we are seeing thermal cameras, especially this was even higher in demand during the height of the pandemic. Not that we are not still in, but especially in the beginning, that this was kind of give people a sense of security. If somebody is high temperature, that person needs to be taken away from that public space. So there are many, many different versions of this. The ones that you see right now is mobile one, but there are also other companies who invent similar technologies, even more advanced. Like this particular company that you see, it's like a airport security gate, the ones that you kind of like raise your hand. In this one, that doesn't only just take your temperature, but if you look at over here, it also looks at your blood oxygen level, which is one of the biggest indicators. If you have a coronavirus, your oxygen level goes down. Of course, temperature, elevated heart rate, respiration rate, shortness of breath, etc. So we are seeing more and more, and some hotels actually turn into technology again to be able to increase that confidence level, which is something called a robot zapping germs. And this is something that you bring inside the hotel room or any other place that you want. And with the ultraviolet lights that you kill most of the viruses in that room. Let's see how this works quickly.
A hotel room can be a hot zone of bacteria. After all, you're sharing the same space a complete stranger was using the day before. And this is how it works. Xena is strategically positioned inside hotel rooms of this Westin location. The robot raises up to about 6 feet high, and that's when the germ-killing party starts, so to speak.
So light strike germ zapping robots create broad spectrum high intensity.
As you can see here, this is again one more technology. Of course, this is proven to harm the eyes, so you need to leave the room. But there is some companies now that I see that they are doing similar things that doesn't even harm the eye. So event industry adopted, one of the first things that they've done to increase the confidence, of course, limit the capacity. As you can see, this is from an event space that they have allocated only 6 seats apart from each other. Of course, this is not feasible from the business perspective, but many, many more things. Look at this picture. This is from a hotel where you have conferences. Because of that social distancing, instead of that putting an ugly sign, this sink is closed, instead they turn those sinks into plants. It looks much better, and also gives that people that sense of confidence and security as well. Here's another picture from a conference. You know, the coffee breaks are taken outside areas when the climate allows it. Of course, in cold places, this is not possible, but even if it is outside, they still provide these little networking tables with the plexiglass that, again, to give you more confidence. All the open buffet options in the event industry has been replaced. Bite-size, take by yourself kind of concept. It's still given by somebody else as opposed to you are touching it, but these are things more and more. So touchless buffets become now a mainstream in conferences. Of course, the event industry is doing very, very high to increase that level of confidence. Smart payment systems, they already have been implemented across the country, especially in Asian countries like China. Quite a bit time that, you know, I used to visit China quite often, and that one that I remember, that WeChat or Alipay, you don't need cash, you don't need credit card. All you need is your cell phone. With the QR codes, you can actually pay and live there. To a level that one day I was walking in the streets of Beijing, a beggar come to me and asked me money. I didn't have any cash at the time. I usually don't carry because of WeChat. And she told me, don't worry, you can just pay me with my QR code. So this lady is a beggar on the street. She has this QR code you can scan and pay. So like this one also as well too. The idea here, what I'm trying to do is that this already, I mean, the article that I showed you earlier was from 2017. It already has been implemented, but in other countries where it has been lagging the implementation, technology acceptance, that now because of Corona, because of contactlessness, that it becomes even more and more. In America, the usage of mobile pay or smart payments increase significantly. This is my QR code. If you were to scan this, you would go to my website. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that there is also many, many technologies like this one where it allows you, let's say these people who are sitting here, to scan the QR code that's on the table. That eliminates the menu. Again, no contact or less contact. And then you can scan that code, bring the menu up into your cell phones, and order whatever you want. That system is connected to your proper point of sale system in the kitchen. And then you can pay, but even more importantly, you can turn this into a very nice experience by actually asking people after they order and they pay their reviews so that they can rate the food that they have ordered. And then the next guest who's coming can actually sort the menu based on the highest number of reviews, likes and dislikes, whatever that you name it. Here's how it works.
Use Beep. Just scan, order, and pay. Like this. Beep orders are instantly linked to your POS. Now you can speed up service. Reduce wrong orders.
As you can see here, this already has been utilized in China for many years, at least in different parts of Asia. But now in America that you are seeing this technology. And by the way, it's very inexpensive actually, if you don't want to integrate into payment systems or your point of sale system. But even that one is not very expensive. So not only, the restaurants who never thought of implementing this now implementing very rapidly, because this is one of the technologies that shows that it increases the confidence in people's view eating in restaurants and other places. VB is another company that I like to give as an example. It's actually from my motherland, from Turkey. This company allows people to download an app and go to a hotel that uses the system to check in and open your key with this app. And once you go inside the room, to be able to control the lights, temperature, TV, but also order food or towel or book spa, whatever that you want. Everything is contactless and from this app. Very, very successful. This toilet, I always show this, and when I show this in real conferences, usually people smile, because this toilet, you probably know, I don't know if you've used one of these or not, but it cleans you, right? When you do your business, that's why it's a little bit funny. But it's no longer a funny business, because these toilets are becoming your lab for where you can actually go and do your business. And this toilet actually is a smart toilet. Not only clean you, do all that stuff that we already seen in the previous picture, but this one actually takes your urine and analyzes it. And within few minutes that you get an email with the results of your urine. So what is that going to happen is that it's actually going to change the world. All of us right now, it's quite expensive to be able to afford this to your homes, or hotels. In the future, these things will actually recognize your face, know who you are. If you're in a family or a hotel, a public toilet, even for that matter, it will match your identity and email, and it will send you the results. If the results are not good for 5 days in a row, it will even call your doctor and make an appointment for you, because 5 days abnormal results mean that there's something wrong with you. Let's see how the University of Cambridge researcher explains this toilet.
At the Royal Society's Summer Science Exhibition in London, researchers explained the technology might help people self-diagnose conditions, alter medication levels, or perhaps even lower their insurance premiums.
What we want to see is detecting biomarkers directly in your urine to let to personalize.
So again, a lot of new technologies are being kind of like fast forward because of Corona. Robots already have been used in hotels, but now they are used in different purposes, like this
Tokyo
one.
Metropolitan Government opened today a hotel with robots for coronavirus patients with
As you see here, and there's more and more uses. Look at this beautiful restaurant. Professor Mott actually talked about gastronomical tourism, and when you look at this picture, you are really, it's a treat. Like, look at the sunset. You're right on the water, the restaurant, and the food, and the wine looks everything beautiful. But yet, maybe not in a fine dining restaurant, but in fast food restaurants, the way that we cook and serve is going to change, and coronavirus actually speeding this even more than before. Like this one, this is Flippy. Flippy actually was a startup company. It was a prototype. It is a robot that cooks burgers, as you see on the picture here. And now Flippy got a big investment and became starting actually serial production. I imagine that technologies like Flippy is going to be widely used in the near future, like this one. As you see here, this robot, smart, knows the temperature, can detect the temperature of the burger. We know this, again, in the old days, the robots were being considered just because of the cost, right? Replace humans. But now they are more also the health, the contactless, the machine versus human touching And there's many other ones like this one, robot waiters designed for restaurants in hospitals that treat COVID patients. This is another example from an Indian city of Chennai, uses robots just like you see here. As you can see here, more and more examples. You probably have seen this Hotel Hanna, pretty famous in China. A lot of people talked about it because that's the first hotel that you can be checked in by a robot. But it's also the first hotel that fired these robots because they were not efficient. And it's very normal with any kind of disruptive technology. In the beginning, they are not more efficient, they are actually costly. But this doesn't mean that we are not going to see the implementation of robots in hospitality industry. And this picture screenshot actually comes from 2016. Look, 4 years ago, all of hotels were at that time considering trying, testing this voice activated rooms where you can control everything with your voice, or like we see in the VB, that you can control with your app. But what I'm trying to tell you is that this things doesn't happen quickly, it takes time. But now, because of this pandemic, a lot of hotels are speeding those kind of things using robots or voice activated technologies. This is very famous in Starwood hotels. They are utilizing this to deliver towels, shampoo, food to the rooms in hotels. Not only these kind of things are changing, but if you think about the evolution of computers, mainframes, for those of you who are old like me, would probably remember mainframes were big. Mini computers were the second generation. They were still very big in physical size. Desktops, laptops, and now we have smartphones, and soon the smartphones will be history. It's going to be replaced by wearable technologies like smart glasses or this one. Of course, you can imagine the implications of this in our personal lives, but also hospitality and tourism. Robot chefs are no longer actually a strange or new things. This one you see on the right actually is from Royal Caribbean. That's their bartender. If you ever been to their cruise ships, you would see them. Obviously, right now their cruise industry is really significantly impacted by that. The one on the left is Robot Chef. It actually cooks for mass production, not for one by one, but you can see I have a video of it here to show you quickly. And I'm almost done. You can see in this video that there's more ways to go, but there is no question that these are going to replace some chefs and front desk clerks or the servers or waiters in restaurants. I don't know if you know this restaurant, it's Haidala, the hot pot. I know that in Asia it's quite popular. In America, it's not very common. So for my Western friends who don't know this concept, I always explain it's like the soup in the middle of the table, usually partitioned because of the spiciness of the food, and then people boil their small portioned food, either vegetables or meat, and then they dip in a sauce and eat. Very, very nice. I am a big fan of hot pot actually. In Haidala, one of the biggest chains in China, which they even also have some in America as well too. They are using actually robots to be able to, when people order from their phone, these robots go get these items, put them in the tray just like this. As you can see here, they are going to the guests, and there are more technologies like this one where you can implement this and tell your guests if this is a conference hall, if they are not social distance from other people. So it allows you to be able to design your rooms social distance. So what does that mean? In conclusion, that all of these technologies that I show you, many of them actually replace humans. So you may ask me, Professor, you are tourism professor, but you are talking about technology that's going to replace people. Why is that? Yes, it is going to replace many jobs. This is not even it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. But like with any kind of technology, I don't want anybody to worry, because some of the jobs will be replaced by robots, artificial intelligence, for other things, but that there will be new jobs. Let me just show you. This is actually from H Careers. H Careers is a hospitality job website, mainly in America. Look at these titles. Please tell me if you had these titles about 10 years ago. Have you ever seen? They are all hospitality jobs, by the way. Corporate director of social media producer, e-commerce innovation manager, digital web production analyst. Goes on, the list goes on. Enterprise data applications engineer, events technology manager. 10 years ago, if you went to H Careers or any other job website or places, you would see none of these jobs. So the point that I'm trying to make is that, yes, there will be some jobs lost, just like in the history, but there will be a lot of great new jobs. With that one, I would like to thank you again for inviting me to your beautiful conference. And also I would like to invite all of the attendees to connect with me if they wish to do so, to discuss any of the items that are presented or other things. My email, Skype, Twitter, WeChat, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and my website. If you were to scan this QR code in your phones, you will also reach my website as well too. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jihan. Thank you for your enlightenment on the role of technology in the tourism industry post COVID-19. There's a lot of useful technology that will help us during COVID. And we have a question for you, but I will wrap up the question for Professor Muhammad Salahuddin first. Okay. Okay. Are you there, Professor Muhammad Salahuddin?
Sure. I'm around. Yeah. I'm around.
How about Professor Simon? You're
yes,
still there?
I'm here. Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, thank you, Prof. To Professor Muhammad Salahuddin.
Yes.
There's a question from Ronaldus Nongpasser. Okay, he asked about as we know that Indonesia has many cultures that have traditional type of food that are not yet popular and also have great potential to be developed into tourism. How can we as an academic be able to develop and introduce various type of our traditional food product to be recognized as a world tourist attraction?
Okay. Thank you for the question. I think I said just now, as a researcher, we need to go to the field, that we need to go in depth in terms of understanding the potentiality of the various food to be promoted. Yeah, but sometimes if you don't do some sort like a research, or you don't go into the field, we don't know that the actual fact that various or a lot of traditional food need to be promoted. Yeah, so I think as a researcher, we need to do that. Okay, we are the agent of promoting our food. Yeah, like Indonesia a lot. If you go to Riau, to go to the, in fact, to go to the Sulawesi, a lot of what we call the ethnic food or traditional food can be developed, can be what we call it, creating an image of that particular area. I remember that certain food like even in Padang also. Padang last time is not really popular, but because of the people have tasted the food and then they feel the food is digest into their suit to their taste, then people know about Padang food right now. I think, I don't know if I might be too what we call it promising that in terms of Padang food. I think the only thing is that probably people don't like the Western tourists, probably don't like in terms of the coconut things like that. But then in terms of taste, of course, excellent, yeah, divine, yeah, in terms of that. So as a conclusion, I think as a researcher, we need to do a lot of research and then publish the research, let people know about it. Some people, they do research and keep it up, but don't publish. Although like English is our not native, it's not our native language, but then we need to try to send into the certain journal first. Then after that, you improve from time to time, you improve, then you go further with that. Now, like myself, I know I only send paper into Scopus. But before that, in last 10 years, I used this reference journal only. And then remember that when we send our paper or our academic things, and then people would read into it, and later then people will recognize into it. That's one way to promote our traditional food. Like Indonesia is a very big, a very what we call a huge country, and then a lot of population. I think that is a potential to be in terms of traditional food to be promoted. Not only food, but in terms of food culture, yeah, as well as the destination in Indonesia. A lot to be established. Things like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Muhammad Salahuddin Muhammad Zahari. Back to Dr. Chihan. There's a question from Ms. UK. How we apply contactlessness when in the tourism industry we have to sell self-service, especially in rural tourism, maybe in a place where the modern technology cannot be applied?
Yeah, this again, as I show in my presentation, that this technology doesn't have to be expensive items. What I was trying to tell earlier, even this face shields, for example, using gloves, any kind of technology like this, or if you have cell phone, maybe a QR code that you can even create yourself. I mean, creating a QR code is free of charge. You can just take a picture of your menu in your restaurant and then create a QR code, put that on the web or anything. And if you don't have that one, that's not really necessary. So the point that I'm always trying to do here, that whatever that you can, rural tourism or other places where I know that there are some places that there is no internet or cell phone or whatever. So in those cases that you do whatever you can, but the main idea is to provide people an option. And many of these things that I show you, all these technologies are technically maybe not 100% effective, but it gives at least a psychological impact on your confidence level.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jian. And the next question is from Mr. Pasaribu. How do you see that technology like virtual tour may influence the tourist experience, comparing with conventional way of travel? And beside that, tourism should increase the economic benefit. Does the technology will reduce the economic benefit for local people? And how do we can utilize the technology in terms of smart tourism that also can contribute socially and economically to local people. Thank you, sir.
So I want to start from the last part of that question very quickly. That technology helps, social and economic local people in terms of jobs, right? As I told you, technology is replacing some jobs. Like, for example, in grocery stores, in few years, there will be no grocery cashiers in grocery stores. That will be all replaced by this technology where you RFID codes, as you go through, it will be paid. Same thing is going to happen in hotels. So there will be a lot of jobs gone, but there will be a lot of new jobs come, like I was showing you earlier. And in terms of the technology will reduce the economic benefit for local people, I don't think so. I think that the experience will be even richer, better, that people are going to still want to come back, even hopefully in bigger quantities. Also, I want to tell that, because of Corona, there is a lot of problem, or many people do not travel right now. But the minute that the Corona pandemic is over, I think we are going to see these numbers increasing rapidly, although it's going to take a few years. And the last part of this question, the first part actually, this person asked a very good question about virtual tourism. Can it impact tourist experience? As a matter of fact, me and my colleagues are doing a study right now. We are showing people a destination on a two-dimensional view, like a TV screen or a computer, and we are showing the same cities to them in a three-dimensional virtual reality format, four-dimension actually even. And then we are trying to see that if seeing it in a virtual reality make you to visit that destination more or less. So it's an interesting question. It's a new area. I am doing several studies on this topic right now, but one thing that I know that pandemic actually is going to accelerate the use of virtual reality in tourism. Maybe in the future, one day that we may even see virtual reality centers where you would go with these advanced machines, that instead of going to a vacation, when you come out from there, you will feel that you visited a destination.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jihan, for your explanation. And before we come to the end of this session, Professor Simon. Hello, Professor Simon.
Hello.
Yeah. Do you have any answer or add for us about this topic, sir?
Well, first I'd just like to say how much I've enjoyed the presentations that we've just seen. I found them fascinating, the focus on technology and food, really critical areas. And it's just such a shame we don't have more time to discuss more. From my perspective, I guess, I thought the questions that were asked of my presentation were excellent, and we covered some important ground. I guess my main message again would be the importance as researchers of trying to make sure that we are able to work with industry, with government, community, to help guide them and provide them with data and help them interpret that data so that they can plan and manage their future development. Because COVID's here; it's not going to go away. I'm sure we'll manage it, but we've got some big challenges ahead. So, in the same way that we can learn from places like the Cook Islands or New Zealand or South Florida, I think we're going to have a lot to learn from Indonesia as well. And I know in my past dealings with the country that you have some great challenges, but also some wonderful opportunities and innovations that are coming through as well.
Okay, thank you, Professor Simon. And back to Professor Dr. Jihan. As an appreciation, we would like to present you your e-certificate, sir.
Thank you.
We will send it immediately to your email.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
And I hope that my message came across good, because it's midnight in Florida here. So okay. I hope I didn't say anything that I was not supposed to say, but I apologize if I did in advance.
Okay, that's okay, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this session, and I would like to say thanks again for all the invited speakers, Professor Simon, Professor Muhammad Salahuddin, and Professor Jihan. Thank you for the interesting talk, and to our audience, thank you for your appreciation and participation. We come to the end of this first session. Thank you, and yeah.
Can I just ask a quick question? I'm very sorry to butt in, but I just wanted to check, will there be a recording of these of this session? Is that something we'll be able to access in the
Yes.
future?
Okay. Yes, we have the recording, and we will send it to you, sir.
Oh, fantastic. It's just I'm sure others would love to see what we covered today. It would be a shame for that not to be possible. So that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir. And I would like, yeah, hello. I will hand over the agenda to our MC, Mr. Ari Pasaribu. Thank you, and see you soon.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much,
Bye-bye, Professor
Dr.
Sia.
guiding us this morning plenary session. We also
Thank
thank Professor Simon, Professor Salahuddin, and Professor Jihan for your wonderful presentation during this morning plenary session. As mentioned by Dr. Jihan, that we need to meet face by face, and we kindly invite you if that is going down, and we kindly invite all of you to come to Padang. Excellencies, honorable speakers, and all the participants, would you like to turn on your camera before we end this boarding session for a photo session? We wait for another participants and committees. Ibu Yuliana, would you like to turn on your camera? All right, smile, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you very much, Professor Simon from New Zealand again, and Dr. Jihan from South Florida, Professor Salahuddin in Malaysia, and all the participants for this morning session. Excellencies, honorable speakers, and all the participants. Now we are going to have break time for 1 hour, and we kindly invite you to join with us again for afternoon plenary session, and the plenary session will be started at 1 p.m. Jakarta time. We would like to thank you for your kind attention, interest during this morning plenary session, and see you again on the next 1 hour. Once again, thank you very much, all the speakers. Hope to see you on other occasions of our conference.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Ganefri PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
Universitas Negeri Padang merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri terakreditasi unggul di Indonesia, memiliki 8 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana dengan 42 program studi terakreditasi A.
Hi, my name is Farhan and I'm Hifzi Liman and we are students from Republic Polytechnic in Singapore.
Kami akan membawa ilmu dari Universitas Negeri Padang ini ke Papua untuk membangun Papua lebih baik.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Doroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. Is worth to remember and worth to share to the world.
Mabuhay UNP!
Selain akreditasi dan juga fasilitas yang memadai, Universitas Negeri Padang juga mempersiapkan mahasiswanya untuk dapat bersaing di dunia pekerjaan termasuk di dunia internasional.
Universitas Negeri Padang memiliki fasilitas dan infrastruktur yang lengkap seperti laboratorium dan peralatan praktik yang canggih, perpustakaan pusat dan ruang baca yang tersebar di seluruh fakultas dan program studi, pusat bisnis, fasilitas olahraga, auditorium, masjid, klinik, asrama mahasiswa internasional, serta dukungan jaringan internet dengan kapasitas 2,5 GB per detik. Universitas Negeri Padang juga memiliki UNP Hotel and Convention standar hotel bintang 3. Capaian dan prestasi terbaik Universitas Negeri Padang dalam 4 tahun terakhir adalah terbaik 1 PTN kategori BLU dalam program kegiatan dan anggaran tahun 2018. Penghargaan dari Menristek Dikti sebagai penyelenggara kontes mobil hemat listrik terbaik tahun 2018. Penghargaan sebagai PTN pengelola aset terbaik di Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Padang juga berhasil menjadi juara 1 PTN Satker dan BLU yang berhasil melaksanakan SPMI dan pembudayaan mutu tingkat nasional. Capaian berikutnya adalah UNP dinobatkan sebagai perguruan tinggi terbaik 2 nasional dalam pelayanan informasi melalui website dan penghargaan sebagai perguruan tinggi informatif di Indonesia. Mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Padang berprestasi dan berkontribusi dalam berbagai bidang seperti akademik, olahraga, seni dan budaya, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Dalam rangka mewujudkan visi sebagai universitas unggul dan bermartabat di Asia tahun 2024, UNP kini fokus meningkatkan kualitas program studi untuk terakreditasi unggul di BAN PT, serta mendapat sertifikat dan akreditasi internasional. Tahun 2019, 4 program studi berhasil mendapatkan sertifikat AUNQA dan 4 prodi akan divisitasi tahun 2020. Saat ini, 12 program studi sedang dipersiapkan untuk akreditasi internasional ASIN. Universitas Negeri Padang juga menyelenggarakan 15 kelas internasional dan 1 program dual degree.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Ganefri PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
Universitas Negeri Padang merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri terakreditasi unggul di Indonesia, memiliki 8 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana dengan 42 program studi terakreditasi A.
Hi, my name is Farhan and I'm Hifzi Liman and we are students from Republic Polytechnic in Singapore.
Kami akan membawa ilmu dari Universitas Negeri Padang ini ke Papua untuk membangun Papua lebih baik.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Doroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. It's worth to remember and worth to share to the world.
Mabuhay UNP!
Selain akreditasi dan juga fasilitas yang memadai, Universitas Negeri Padang juga mempersiapkan mahasiswanya untuk dapat bersaing di dunia pekerjaan termasuk di dunia internasional.
Universitas Negeri Padang memiliki fasilitas dan infrastruktur yang lengkap seperti laboratorium dan peralatan praktik yang canggih, perpustakaan pusat dan ruang baca yang tersebar di seluruh fakultas dan program studi, pusat bisnis, fasilitas olahraga, auditorium, masjid, klinik, asrama mahasiswa internasional, serta dukungan jaringan internet dengan kapasitas 2,5 GB per detik. Universitas Negeri Padang juga memiliki UNP Hotel and Convention standar hotel bintang 3. Capaian dan prestasi terbaik Universitas Negeri Padang dalam 4 tahun terakhir adalah terbaik 1 PTN kategori BLU dalam program kegiatan dan anggaran tahun 2018. Penghargaan dari Menristek Dikti sebagai penyelenggara kontes mobil hemat listrik terbaik tahun 2018. Penghargaan sebagai PTN pengelola aset terbaik di Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Padang juga berhasil menjadi juara 1 PTN Satker dan BLU yang berhasil melaksanakan SPMI dan pembudayaan mutu tingkat nasional. Capaian berikutnya adalah UNP dinobatkan sebagai perguruan tinggi terbaik 2 nasional dalam pelayanan informasi melalui website dan penghargaan sebagai perguruan tinggi informatif di Indonesia. Mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Padang berprestasi dan berkontribusi dalam berbagai bidang seperti akademik, olahraga, seni dan budaya, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Dalam rangka mewujudkan visi sebagai universitas unggul dan bermartabat di Asia tahun 2024, UNP kini fokus meningkatkan kualitas program studi untuk terakreditasi unggul di BAN PT, serta mendapat sertifikat dan akreditasi internasional. Tahun 2019, 4 program studi berhasil mendapatkan sertifikat AUNQA dan 4 prodi akan divisitasi tahun 2020. Saat ini, 12 program studi sedang dipersiapkan untuk akreditasi internasional ASIN. Universitas Negeri Padang juga menyelenggarakan 15 kelas internasional dan 1 program dual degree.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Ganefri PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
Universitas Negeri Padang merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri terakreditasi unggul di Indonesia, memiliki 8 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana dengan 42 program studi terakreditasi A.
Hi, my name is Farhan and I'm Hifzi Liman and we are students from Republic Polytechnic in Singapore.
Kami akan membawa ilmu dari Universitas Negeri Padang ini ke Papua untuk membangun Papua lebih baik.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Duroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. Is worth to remember and worth to share to the world.
Mabuhay UNP!
Selain akreditasi dan juga fasilitas yang memadai, Universitas Negeri Padang juga mempersiapkan mahasiswanya untuk dapat bersaing di dunia pekerjaan termasuk di dunia internasional.
Universitas Negeri Padang memiliki fasilitas dan infrastruktur yang lengkap seperti laboratorium dan peralatan praktik yang canggih, perpustakaan pusat dan ruang baca yang tersebar di seluruh fakultas dan program studi, pusat bisnis, fasilitas olahraga, auditorium, masjid, klinik, asrama mahasiswa internasional, serta dukungan jaringan internet dengan kapasitas 2,5 GB per detik. Universitas Negeri Padang juga memiliki UNP Hotel and Convention standar hotel bintang 3. Capaian dan prestasi terbaik Universitas Negeri Padang dalam 4 tahun terakhir adalah terbaik 1 PTN kategori BLU dalam program kegiatan dan anggaran tahun 2018. Penghargaan dari Menristek Dikti sebagai penyelenggara kontes mobil hemat listrik terbaik tahun 2018. Penghargaan sebagai PTN pengelola aset terbaik di Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Padang juga berhasil menjadi juara 1 PTN Satker dan BLU yang berhasil melaksanakan SPMI dan pembudayaan mutu tingkat nasional. Capaian berikutnya adalah UNP dinobatkan sebagai perguruan tinggi terbaik 2 nasional dalam pelayanan informasi melalui website dan penghargaan sebagai perguruan tinggi informatif di Indonesia. Mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Padang berprestasi dan berkontribusi dalam berbagai bidang seperti akademik, olahraga, seni dan budaya, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. mewujudkan visi sebagai universitas unggul dan bermartabat di Asia tahun 2024, UNP kini fokus meningkatkan kualitas program studi untuk terakreditasi unggul di BAN PT, serta mendapat sertifikat dan akreditasi internasional. Tahun 2019, 4 program studi berhasil mendapatkan sertifikat AUNQA dan 4 prodi akan divisitasi tahun 2020. Saat ini, 12 program studi sedang dipersiapkan untuk akreditasi internasional ASIN. Universitas Negeri Padang juga menyelenggarakan 15 kelas internasional dan 1 program dual degree.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Ganefri PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
Universitas Negeri Padang merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri terakreditasi unggul di Indonesia, memiliki 8 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana dengan 42 program studi terakreditasi A.
Hi, my name is Farhan and I'm Hifzi Liman and we are students from Republic Polytechnic in Singapore.
Kami akan membawa ilmu dari Universitas Negeri Padang ini ke Papua untuk membangun Papua lebih baik.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Duroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. Is worth to remember and worth to share to the world.
Mabuhay UNP!
Selain akreditasi dan juga fasilitas yang memadai, Universitas Negeri Padang juga mempersiapkan mahasiswanya untuk dapat bersaing di dunia pekerjaan termasuk di dunia internasional.
Universitas Negeri Padang memiliki fasilitas dan infrastruktur yang lengkap seperti laboratorium dan peralatan praktik yang canggih, perpustakaan pusat dan ruang baca yang tersebar di seluruh fakultas dan program studi, pusat bisnis, fasilitas olahraga, auditorium, masjid, klinik, asrama mahasiswa internasional, serta dukungan jaringan internet dengan kapasitas 2,5 GB per detik. Universitas Negeri Padang juga memiliki UNP Hotel and Convention standar hotel bintang 3. Capaian dan prestasi terbaik Universitas Negeri Padang dalam 4 tahun terakhir adalah terbaik 1 PTN kategori BLU dalam program kegiatan dan anggaran tahun 2018, penghargaan dari Menristek Dikti sebagai penyelenggara kontes mobil hemat listrik terbaik tahun 2018, penghargaan sebagai PTN pengelola aset terbaik di Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Padang juga berhasil menjadi juara 1 PTN Satker dan BLU yang berhasil melaksanakan SPMI dan pembudayaan mutu tingkat nasional. Capaian berikutnya adalah UNP dinobatkan sebagai perguruan tinggi terbaik 2 nasional dalam pelayanan informasi melalui website dan penghargaan sebagai perguruan tinggi informatif di Indonesia. Mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Padang berprestasi dan berkontribusi dalam berbagai bidang seperti akademik, olahraga, seni dan budaya, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Rangka mewujudkan visi sebagai universitas unggul dan bermartabat di Asia tahun 2024, UNP kini fokus meningkatkan kualitas program studi untuk terakreditasi unggul di BAN-PT, serta mendapat sertifikat dan akreditasi internasional. Tahun 2019, 4 program studi berhasil mendapatkan sertifikat AUNQA dan 4 prodi akan divisitasi tahun 2020. Saat ini, 12 program studi sedang dipersiapkan untuk akreditasi internasional ASIN. Universitas Negeri Padang juga menyelenggarakan 15 kelas internasional dan 1 program dual degree.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Ganefri PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
Universitas Negeri Padang merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri terakreditasi unggul di Indonesia, memiliki 8 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana dengan 42 program studi terakreditasi A.
Hi, my name is Farhan and I'm Hifzi Liman and we are students from Republic Polytechnic in Singapore.
Kami akan membawa ilmu dari Universitas Negeri Padang ini ke Papua untuk membangun Papua lebih baik.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Doroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. Is worth to remember and worth to share to the world.
Mabuhay UNP!
Selain akreditasi dan juga fasilitas yang memadai, Universitas Negeri Padang juga mempersiapkan mahasiswanya untuk dapat bersaing di dunia pekerjaan termasuk di dunia internasional.
Universitas Negeri Padang memiliki fasilitas dan infrastruktur yang lengkap seperti laboratorium dan peralatan praktik yang canggih, perpustakaan pusat dan ruang baca yang tersebar di seluruh fakultas dan program studi, pusat bisnis, fasilitas olahraga, auditorium, masjid, klinik, mahasiswa internasional serta dukungan dengan kapasitas 2,5 GB per detik. Universitas Negeri Padang juga memiliki UNP Hotel and Convention standar hotel bintang 3. Capaian dan prestasi terbaik Universitas Negeri Padang dalam 4 tahun terakhir adalah terbaik 1 PTN kategori BLU dalam program kegiatan dan anggaran tahun 2018. Penghargaan dari Menristek Dikti sebagai penyelenggara kontes mobil hemat listrik terbaik tahun 2018. Penghargaan sebagai PTN pengelola aset terbaik di Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Padang juga berhasil menjadi juara 1 PTN Satker dan BLU yang berhasil melaksanakan SPMI dan pembudayaan mutu tingkat nasional. Capaian berikutnya adalah UNP dinobatkan sebagai perguruan tinggi terbaik 2 nasional dalam pelayanan informasi melalui website dan penghargaan sebagai perguruan tinggi informatif di Indonesia. Mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Padang berprestasi dan berkontribusi dalam berbagai bidang seperti akademik, olahraga, seni dan budaya, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Dalam rangka mewujudkan visi sebagai universitas unggul dan bermartabat di Asia tahun 2024, UNP kini fokus meningkatkan kualitas program studi untuk terakreditasi unggul di BAN PT, serta mendapat sertifikat dan akreditasi internasional. Tahun 2019, 4 program studi berhasil mendapatkan sertifikat AUNQA dan 4 prodi akan divisitasi tahun 2020. Saat ini, 12 program studi sedang dipersiapkan untuk akreditasi internasional ASIN. Universitas Negeri Padang juga menyelenggarakan 15 kelas internasional dan 1 program dual degree.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Ganefri PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
Universitas Negeri Padang merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri terakreditasi unggul di Indonesia, memiliki 8 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana dengan 42 program studi terakreditasi A.
Hi, my name is Farhan and I'm Hifzi Liman and we are students from Republic Polytechnic in Singapore.
Kami akan membawa ilmu dari Universitas Negeri Padang ini ke Papua untuk membangun Papua lebih baik.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Duroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. Is worth to remember and worth to share to the world.
Mabuhay UNP!
Selain akreditasi dan juga fasilitas yang memadai, Universitas Negeri Padang juga mempersiapkan mahasiswanya untuk dapat bersaing di dunia pekerjaan termasuk di dunia internasional.
Universitas Negeri Padang memiliki fasilitas dan infrastruktur yang lengkap seperti laboratorium dan peralatan praktik yang canggih, perpustakaan pusat dan ruang baca yang tersebar di seluruh fakultas dan program studi, pusat bisnis, fasilitas olahraga, auditorium, masjid, klinik, asrama mahasiswa internasional, serta dukungan jaringan internet dengan kapasitas 2,5 GB per detik. Universitas Negeri Padang juga memiliki UNP Hotel and Convention standar hotel bintang 3. Capaian dan prestasi terbaik Universitas Negeri Padang dalam 4 tahun terakhir adalah terbaik 1 PTN kategori BLU dalam program kegiatan dan anggaran tahun 2018. Penghargaan dari Menristek Dikti sebagai penyelenggara kontes mobil hemat listrik terbaik tahun 2018. Penghargaan sebagai PTN pengelola aset terbaik di Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Padang juga berhasil menjadi juara 1 PTN Satker dan BLU yang berhasil melaksanakan SPMI dan pembudayaan mutu tingkat nasional. Capaian berikutnya adalah UNP dinobatkan sebagai perguruan tinggi terbaik 2 nasional dalam pelayanan informasi melalui website dan penghargaan sebagai perguruan tinggi informatif di Indonesia. Mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Padang berprestasi dan berkontribusi dalam berbagai bidang seperti akademik, olahraga, seni dan budaya, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Dalam rangka mewujudkan visi sebagai universitas unggul dan bermartabat di Asia tahun 2024, UNP kini fokus meningkatkan kualitas program studi untuk terakreditasi unggul di BAN PT, serta mendapat sertifikat dan akreditasi internasional. Tahun 2019, 4 program studi berhasil mendapatkan sertifikat EUNQA dan 4 prodi akan divisitasi tahun 2020. Saat ini, 12 program studi sedang dipersiapkan untuk akreditasi internasional ASIN. Universitas Negeri Padang juga menyelenggarakan 15 kelas internasional dan 1 program dual degree.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Ganefri PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
Universitas Negeri Padang merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri terakreditasi unggul di Indonesia, memiliki 8 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana dengan 42 program studi terakreditasi A.
Hi, my name is Farhan and I'm Hifzi Liman and we are students from Republic Polytechnic in Singapore.
Kami akan membawa ilmu dari Universitas Negeri Padang ini ke Papua untuk membangun Papua lebih baik.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Doroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. Is worth to remember and worth to share to the world.
Mabuhay UNP!
Selain akreditasi dan juga fasilitas yang memadai, Universitas Negeri Padang juga mempersiapkan mahasiswanya untuk dapat bersaing di dunia pekerjaan termasuk di dunia internasional.
Universitas Negeri Padang memiliki fasilitas dan infrastruktur yang lengkap seperti laboratorium dan peralatan praktik yang canggih, perpustakaan pusat dan ruang baca yang tersebar di seluruh fakultas dan program studi, pusat bisnis, fasilitas olahraga, auditorium, masjid, klinik, asrama mahasiswa internasional, serta dukungan jaringan internet dengan kapasitas 2,5 GB per detik. Universitas Negeri Padang juga memiliki UNP Hotel and Convention standar hotel bintang 3. Capaian dan prestasi terbaik Universitas Negeri Padang dalam 4 tahun terakhir adalah terbaik 1 PTN kategori BLU dalam program kegiatan dan anggaran tahun 2018. Penghargaan dari Menristek Dikti sebagai penyelenggara kontes mobil hemat listrik terbaik tahun 2018. Penghargaan sebagai PTN pengelola aset terbaik di Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Padang juga berhasil menjadi juara 1 PTN Satker dan BLU yang berhasil melaksanakan SPMI dan pembudayaan mutu tingkat nasional. Capaian berikutnya adalah UNP dinobatkan sebagai perguruan tinggi terbaik 2 nasional dalam pelayanan informasi melalui website dan penghargaan sebagai perguruan tinggi informatif di Indonesia. Mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Padang berprestasi dan berkontribusi dalam berbagai bidang seperti akademik, olahraga, seni dan budaya, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Dalam rangka mewujudkan visi sebagai universitas unggul dan bermartabat di Asia tahun 2024, UNP kini fokus meningkatkan kualitas program studi untuk terakreditasi unggul di BAN PT, serta mendapat sertifikat dan akreditasi internasional. Tahun 2019, 4 program studi berhasil mendapatkan sertifikat EUNQA dan 4 prodi akan divisitasi tahun 2020. Saat ini, 12 program studi sedang dipersiapkan untuk akreditasi internasional ASIN. Universitas Negeri Padang juga menyelenggarakan 15 kelas internasional dan 1 program dual degree.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Ganefri PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
Universitas Negeri Padang merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri terakreditasi unggul di Indonesia, memiliki 8 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana dengan 42 program studi terakreditasi A.
Hi, my name is Farhan and I'm Hifzi Liman and we are students from Republic Polytechnic in Singapore.
Kami akan membawa ilmu dari Universitas Negeri Padang ini ke Papua untuk membangun Papua lebih baik.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Duroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. Is worth to remember and worth to share to the world.
Mabuhay UNP!
Selain akreditasi dan juga fasilitas yang memadai, Universitas Negeri Padang juga mempersiapkan mahasiswanya untuk dapat bersaing di dunia pekerjaan termasuk di dunia internasional.
Universitas Negeri Padang memiliki fasilitas dan infrastruktur yang lengkap seperti laboratorium dan peralatan praktik yang canggih, perpustakaan pusat dan ruang baca yang tersebar di seluruh fakultas dan program studi, pusat bisnis, fasilitas olahraga,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Professor Ganefri PhD, Director of Universitas Negeri Padang. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang.
Universitas Negeri Padang merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri terakreditasi unggul di Indonesia, memiliki 8 fakultas dan 1 program pasca sarjana dengan 42 program studi terakreditasi A.
Hi, my name is Farhan and I'm Hifzi Liman and we are students from Republic Polytechnic in Singapore.
Kami akan membawa ilmu dari Universitas Negeri Padang ini ke Papua untuk membangun Papua lebih baik.
Hello everyone, nama saya Maria Adeline Doroin. I'm from Capiz State University, Philippines. Is worth to remember and work to share to the world.
Mabuhay UNP!
Selain akreditasi dan juga fasilitas yang memadai, Universitas Negeri Padang juga mempersiapkan mahasiswanya untuk dapat bersaing di dunia pekerjaan termasuk di dunia internasional.
Universitas Negeri Padang memiliki fasilitas dan infrastruktur yang lengkap seperti laboratorium dan peralatan praktik yang canggih, perpustakaan pusat dan ruang baca yang tersebar di seluruh fakultas dan program studi, pusat bisnis, fasilitas olahraga, auditorium, masjid, klinik, asrama mahasiswa internasional, serta dukungan jaringan internet dengan kapasitas 2,5 GB per detik. Universitas Negeri Padang juga memiliki UNP Hotel and Convention standar hotel bintang 3. Capaian dan prestasi terbaik Universitas Negeri Padang dalam 4 tahun terakhir adalah terbaik 1 PTN kategori BLU dalam program kegiatan dan anggaran tahun 2018. Penghargaan dari Menristek Dikti sebagai penyelenggara kontes mobil hemat listrik terbaik tahun 2018. Penghargaan sebagai PTN pengelola aset terbaik di Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Padang juga berhasil menjadi juara 1 PTN Satker dan BLU yang berhasil melaksanakan SPMI dan pembudayaan mutu tingkat nasional. Capaian berikutnya adalah UNP dinobatkan sebagai perguruan tinggi terbaik 2 nasional dalam pelayanan informasi melalui website dan penghargaan sebagai perguruan tinggi informatif di Indonesia. Mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Padang berprestasi dan berkontribusi dalam berbagai bidang seperti akademik, olahraga, seni dan budaya, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Dalam rangka mewujudkan visi sebagai universitas unggul dan bermartabat di Asia tahun 2024, UNP kini fokus meningkatkan kualitas program studi untuk terakreditasi unggul di BAN PT, serta mendapat sertifikat dan akreditasi internasional. Tahun 2019, 4 program studi berhasil mendapatkan sertifikat AUNQA dan 4 prodi akan divisitasi tahun 2020. Saat ini, 12 program studi sedang dipersiapkan untuk akreditasi internasional ASIN. Universitas Negeri Padang juga menyelenggarakan 15 kelas internasional dan 1 program dual degree.
Good afternoon to all the participants. We kindly invite you to join with us again through the Zoom meeting applications for this afternoon plenary session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants. We kindly invite you to join with us again through Zoom meeting platform. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants, we kindly invite you to join with us again through the Zoom meeting platform for this afternoon plenary session. Thank you. While waiting all the participants, I would like to inform to all authors who have submitted papers for the plenary session on November 5th, 2020. We would like to inform you how to identify your Zoom's breakout room. First, check your room code and presentation schedule through this link. You may find your room code and your schedule through the link. Secondly, put the room code in front of your name to make the host easier to allocate you in the right breakout room. For example, you may see here how to write down your name during tomorrow plenary session. Thirdly, each presenter will have 10 minutes to present and 5 minutes for discussion. So in total, each presenter will have 15 minutes time for each presenter. Fourth, all participants are kindly invited to attend the plenary session lively instead of recording. Good afternoon, Dr. Rohana.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Professor Wimpy. And good afternoon,
Good
Dr.
afternoon.
Reslin.
How's the weather in Padang now?
It's quite hot now, but in the afternoon, sometimes it's rainy.
Oh, here is raining.
Oh, okay.
Every day also raining.
Wow. So are you in campus now or work from home, Dr.
I'm
Rohana?
in campus.
All right.
Yeah, I cannot. If I have presentation, I need to work at office.
Oh, okay.
I have a troublesome in house. I wish to go back to Padang. Yeah.
For sure, Puan. For maybe for the next occasion.
I miss the food. I miss the food.
Wow. Do you love to eat rendang, Puan?
Rendang?
Or Padang food?
Padang food. I like the satay. The satay Padang. I went to the Derek call tour tower Padang, that one called what? The place.
The Jam Gadang? Bukit
Yeah,
Tinggi.
yeah. Bukit Tinggi. I went there. The food is very nice. Different a bit with the Padang town. Little bit spicy, but okay.
Yeah. But the taste is okay, right?
The taste is okay. But your most the big one, the most at the town, that one, so huge. I like the environment, the color. It's very natural. But they don't have the aircon and also fan, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I yang pinjam slipper.
Here we also have Dr. Reslin. How are you, Dr. Reslin?
Hi, thank you. This is my first time to join this conference.
Thank you for your time for joining this conference, Dr.
Thank
Rezin.
you for this opportunity.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers, and all the participants of ICC FBT 2020. Welcome and nice to see you again on this afternoon plenary session. This afternoon session is going to discuss about creativepreneur, health and beauty, and also industry on campus. This session will be led by Hijriantomi Suyuti as IPMM as the moderator. To Hijriantomi Suyuti as IPMM, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ari. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable invited speakers, ladies and gentlemen, participants of ICC FBT conference. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hijriantomi Suyuti. I'm usually called by the nickname Aan. I'm a lecturer in the hospitality management program. It's a great honor for me to be the moderator on this second session of the third International Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty, and Tourism. On this session, we will have three incredible invited speakers that will be sharing their research findings and ideas on the field of fashion, beauty, and hospitality. We are delighted to have technology professionalized Dr. Rohana binti Zur. Her topic for today will be creativepreneur, how to start your own brand. Second, we will have Professor Dr. Wimpy Pangkahila. His topic will be about health behind beauty. And third, last but not least, Dr. Reslin bin Abdurrahman. His topic will be industry on campus and alternative teaching and learning in the hospitality industry. This session will take place in sequence of panels, which each of our invited speakers will be given 40 minutes for presentation. And at the end of each presentation, we will do a question and answer session with our invited speakers. While invited speakers are giving their presentation, participants can send questions by writing on our chat room. And then the question will be presented to our invited speakers in the question answer session. All right, let us start with our first invited speakers. Please welcome technology professionalized Dr. Rohana binti Zur she is technology professionalized in Malaysian Board of Technology. This is her CV, Director of Entrepreneurship Training, Research and Studies Center, Fashion Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Art and Design, UiTM Malaysia, with a background of education, a PhD in Industrial Manufacturing Computing, UKM Malaysia, Magister of Art, Design Technology, UiTM. Her current professional membership is a technology professionalized on Malaysian Board of Technology, a senior panel expert science social on Malaysian Accreditation Academy. We are looking forward on her research idea and finding in the topic of creativepreneur, how to start your own brand. To Dr. Rohana, the forum is yours.
Okay. Can everyone see the slide?
Yes.
Yes, Doctor.
Okay. So, very good evening, everybody. Assalamualaikum. So, thank you very much to the moderator and also everyone. So, how you guys?
Okay. We're doing great here. You are too.
Okay, I'm in office now. So, my title for presentation today will be the creativepreneur, how to start your own brand. So basically, when talk about creativepreneur, I think it's quite well known in Indonesia, right? If we Google inside the terms of the creativepreneur, we Google inside the Googles, so it widely discussed in Indonesia by highlighting by the main player, mostly is the young entrepreneur, right? From the young generation and also millennial. So it's quite well known if we talk about the creativepreneur. So since I'm in this industry, so let we see from the slide. Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is my biodata. So you can see that I'm a technologist, Dr. Rohana Zul. You can call me Dr. Hana Z. And then I'm currently attached with the entrepreneurship training and research study, MassMed, in UITM as a director. So my faculty, I'm coming from the Art and Design faculty, which is from the fashion department. And then quite view about my qualification. I'm PhD in the industrial manufacturing computer. Mostly all is a technologies lah. Masters is design technology. Then only my BA in the design. And then, okay, let me go through. Okay, what is the creativepreneur? Yeah? Let me see. The strong influence of arts and development of the economy, tourism, and also lifestyle has unveiled globally the importance of the profession that are related to the field of arts and also culture. So as well, art is there is a various form such as visual, musicals, performance. They are able to generate and a monotonous income for the country through the tourism industry and also trend of the today lifestyle. So basically today, when we talk about creativepreneur, it's not about in the only in the fashion industry. It's also go through to the tourism industry, beauty industry, musician industry, and so on. So that has been strongly influenced, by the advance of the information. Nowadays, advanced technologies such as digital media, the internet, and also the social media. The method is strengthening the arts entrepreneur also has to adopt a new media such as to attract as many customers as possible. The most trending now is, I can say, that is a creativepreneur. So in which a practitioner are identified as the creativepreneur and creativepreneur. They combine it. Okay. So basically, when we talk about creativepreneur, if you Google inside the website and so on, there is a lot of huge information about the terms and also the news about the creativepreneur in Indonesia. Different with the others country, Malaysia, Singapore, Bangkok, and so on. Even though we know that creative industry is come with various of the sectors, but there is huge, I can say, the developments of this industry, mostly in Indonesia. Okay, but today I'm not. I'm focusing in the Malaysia. Okay, so the point of view is in Malaysia. So next. So what is a creativepreneur? So let me say that I mentioned just now is a two words being combined. Is a creative and entrepreneur. I will share with you what is an entrepreneur after this. Okay, so it's like creativepreneur is one of the built business around the personal mission. I can say that is a missions, it's a patience of the purpose, and also creative principle using by the digital terms or tools or tribes, and also expand their income and also influence. Meaning that they have that creative mind, but how the creative mind can generate the income beside influence the other people. So this is what we need to understand. What is the term of the creativepreneur? Okay. So this is one of the creativepreneur is the one of the concept that I can say that from the marketing part, which is the business is combined with the creative skill and also talents. It's not only the business itself. Okay. It's actually one of the I can say that one of the way how you want to show your own creative own passion about the creative business to the business anyway. But it's actually I can say that is related with the creativity and also the innovative to become to get the new ideas or creative projects or anything that did suit to the market now. So this is my own definition, which is I can say that creative, my own definition, which is I can say that creative entrepreneur are the people who make the living from their creative work, creative skill. Yeah. So they use the creative skill, creative work, creative products, creative service. They are living on that. They get the income from that. This is what my own decision definitions about the creativepreneur. So if you can see from the picture on your right side, there is a numerous numbers of the creativepreneur that you can see. There's sectors, yeah. You can see from the picture is creativepreneur is come from various sectors such as photo, writer, and then interior designs, fashions, beauty, arts, anything. Yeah, anything that you can see, like from indie author, freelance graphic, YouTuber, fast podcasters, social media influencer, musicians, actors, and many more. So the creativepreneur is some sort of the who is the creative and doing the business, selling the arts or running a creative business. This is what we can share. This is what we can talk about. The creativepreneur is not freelance. I can say that it's not a freelance because the creativepreneur is the way I can say like the creativepreneur, a freelance is an employee. It's just an employee. So by the way, a freelance business is a structure means that financial life is a far more like that of an employee more than the entrepreneur. Freelance like the employee, trade times for the money. Creativepreneur don't. That is for the freelance. If we look up for the creativepreneur also, it's not about creativepreneur is not about the small business owner. No. Often when people talk about words entrepreneur, it will go exchange to the small business owner. But again, there is operate very differently. Yeah, most of the small business are not set up around innovative product and services or creative business process. So creativepreneur not any small business, and also creativepreneur is not any entrepreneur. Yeah, it's not any entrepreneur means that creativepreneur has made the common entrepreneur class, which is there any other group, which I can say that the entrepreneur is a typical focus to the fast grow market share. They focus on the fast grow market share, high volume, process in finance and venture, capital angel investment. They aim to the scale up of the editing employee and also premises. But crucially, a creativepreneur apply the same creative process to the business as due to art or craft art. So I can say that, like for example, like the creativepreneur, they're doing the job like 24/7 a day business. They offer the passion of the creative arts and so on to the world of innovative and also to the creative way. Okay, when we talk about creative, yeah, some people will think about how to look to think the creative way, the creative service, the creative products can be sold. But I give one example from the Indonesia. Yeah, I took the news from the Indonesia. There is a 70%, yeah, increased number of productive population in the age of 15 until 64 years. This is a source from the Indonesia CBS statistic, yeah, which is when the digital era is grow, there is an increased need of the creative entrepreneur to open the greater economy opportunities. However, the road to become the entrepreneur is not the always smooth. This is we need to see very carefully. So to succeed, the creative entrepreneur must first do the creative and the commercial way, because sometimes when the creative people, they have a problem when they want to commercialize their products, their service, because most of the creative person they have the tend to do limited creative to cater to the market. This is what we need to discuss here. Okay, so this is one of the Elizabeth Gilbert, living a creative life is an art it and of itself. Yeah. And then I want to share you guys about how the creative partner in Malaysia is a good example that I can say that one of the people that doing the business in the creative partner, and then they got income like very good income in their own business. So I will share some few example, a good example creativepreneur person that use this industry. So you can see this artist called Kadi Baharudin, yeah, Kadi Baharudin. So he's from Negeri Sembilan. He's a visual artist, and then what he doing, which is he used the digital print words combined with the brand Vans, you know, the brand fashion Vans. So combined with the brand fashion Vans to come out with the products in the creative way. So you can see he won the competition for the Vans, the brand Vans, and then these 30 years old already have their own products in the Vans store in the world. So we can see with the creative ideas, they can sell to the market, such as what Kadi Baharudin did. So during the movement control or the MCO period, which is the COVID now, Kadi has been keeping himself by visiting, posting the MCO inspired painting, and also what any else, include time-lapse video to the Vans brand. So with the creative mind, creative arts can pursue to this kind of a business, but not reluctant with the creative thinking. So they can go with the creative way, but how is the creative way being commercialized? Is what the KD doing. Okay, so next. So this is Saiful Nang. The creative part, the creative service which in the photography, I can say that he's a millionaire, one of the millionaire photographer in Malaysia, because he's used all the creative in the photography to take the pictures and so on. And I can say that his picture been sell mostly thousand ringgit, yeah, mostly. And then he's one of the well-known photographer with the millionaire title in Malaysia. So he also used the creative service, the creative skill to do the entrepreneur. So now he has three company under him, which is Color of Asia Sdn Bhd, Oh My God Creative Sdn Bhd, and also Saiful Nang Academy Sdn Bhd. Very well known figure, yeah. Okay, next. Datuk Rizaman, who are very well known in Malaysia. So he's a fashion designer and also a successful career as an interior designer, event manager, wedding organizer, and also TV personality. So he started with his creative ideas, creative part as a designer. So he's one of the person who won the Mercedes-Benz Asia Fashion Award, and then most of his artwork is for the fashion for the interior. Okay, so recently he just appointed as a board members of the UiTM, chairman of the UiTM. Then of course the UiTM looking for it in the field of the entrepreneur. It's because when we talk about creativepreneur, is something like difference with the entrepreneur. So this is one of the person. Okay, next will be, I think in Indonesia you guys know Upi Ipin, right? So Haji Burhanuddin is one of the person that main person to in the Les Kopak. So you can see creativepreneur in Les Kopak is one of the MSc status publishing company, which is just focused to the computer animation. You can see how the creative thinking can come out in the multimedia sectors. So I can say that Les Kopak is very well known in especially Upi Ipin, the whole region in Asia, Singapore, Malaysia, as long I think the Upi Ipin is already went to the world documentary, if I'm not mistaken. And then they are established starting on 2014, 2014, and then they are developing 3D productions regardless as an employee, entrepreneur, and also production owner. So he ran as a creativepreneur in the sector of the multimedia. Okay, so next, music. So, Nick Shazwan, you can see is a very typical man. Okay, very typical man. So what is the creative that he doing? Actually, he get the creative mind in the skill, which his products develop doing the and also the musics. So musician in the world such as John Mayer, top Billy Gibbons using his products. And also he also features in the movie of the Kong School Island, yeah, as a engineer musicians. So what is because basically the people who I mentioned just now, like Les Kopak, he's a business mind, but he think like how the creative can implement, can gel to the niche of the industry. Same goes with Nick Shazwan, because his background is from the engineering. So how come when he get the ideas, the creative ideas to come out with this amp, the music amp, so then people like productions outside the overseas using this. And then the export market, if I can say, yeah, US, Europe, Australia, Japan, and approximately the revenue, I can say that 3 million per year. You just imagine 3 million per year for the creativepreneur. So it's not joke, yeah, it's not joke. So now with the MCO, there is a lot of YouTuber built up like Cindawan, like it's like mushroom from the rain, you know. So he's a YouTuber. I can say that come out from the COVID-19. So I said, yeah. So you know what? He used the creative mind to get the creativepreneur, which is, I can say that he's a social media personality and also renowned YouTuber. And then, you know, he got over than 500,000 follower. Then just imagine his his money, his income is like 1,180,000 to the 2 million ringgit Malaysia. I don't know in Indonesia rupees, more billion rupees maybe, but he's a millionaire because of he used the creative in the digitals to show his creative way to get the income in the service. Yeah. So next, okay. First and all, ladies. Yeah. Just now I mentioned all sample is guys. Now I show you the ladies. So she's a Datuk Farah. I can say that Datuk Farah is one of the luxury retailer and also employment level high, huge fashions in Malaysia. I can say that she's the president of Million Group, which she handle 50 jenama, 50 brand under Million Group. I can say that such as Bellman, Victoria Beckham, Acne, Hugo Boss, and many more, many huge brand, high brand in Malaysia. So she come out with her own brand, which is I can say that Datuk Farah, she carry her own brand with her name. She used the creative arts, creative design to be in his entrepreneur, in her entrepreneur. So I can say that under the Datuk Farah Million Group, they operate almost 38 store in Malaysia and also in Asia, and also multi-luxury brand boutique, 18 Dome Cafe in Malaysia, and if I'm not mistaken, in Indonesia, she have a retreat and spa in Bali and also in Plaza Indonesia, Jakarta. So she's a millionaire using the creative way. Okay. Okay. What is this? This is a mural. I do not know if Indonesia in others country, but the mural industry in Malaysia is quite well known in Malaysia. The new mural industry, I can say that. And then in terms of the income, they can get like small space of the square feet of the wall. They can get more, minimum is 2,000 ringgit. If you just imagine the huge wall, like 1,000 square feet tall and length. How much if they ask to do the mural? So this is become already entrepreneur. So they're doing the entrepreneur, which is I can say mural is a artwork painting and apply direct to the wall, ceiling or other permanent surface, which is the characteristics of mural is from the characters architecture elements. So mural is already become the business already. People they can get the money not only for the mural, they also doing the mural at the book and also at the wall, any wall in the world. I can say that the artists in Malaysia who has the mural creative way, they have a business and income on this when it comes into entrepreneur. Okay. Okay. It's a guy, yeah. You can see it's a guy. The picture is on your right side and also on your left side. So he's a stylish. He used the creative way to style the fashions, celebrity. Most of the celebrity in Malaysia will use him as a stylist. So now he's already well-known stylist to get well-known stylist from overseas. If I'm not mistaken, the location, if the models want to take the picture to the overseas, he went to the Australia, London, Taiwan, Italy, almost all the world. So if artists want to take picture or the photo or whatever, he will use this stylish to do the stylish of the clothes. Not only the celebrity, but the movie, the backdrop, media, televisions such as like Astro, TV Tiger, and so on. Televisions, media also normally they will have a stylish, but this stylish they use his creative mind, his creative style, his creative service to get the income. Okay, so he get the huge income. If I'm not mistaken, he already have more than follower 100,000 follower. So you just imagine per hour, if I'm not mistaken, he can get more than 3,000 per hour. Okay, so how is it the creative way to generate the income? So there is a lot of way. Okay, so next. Okay, so the last one from the makeup, focus on the beauty. Yeah, so you have the beauty, right? So Datin Sadatunisa, the makeup artist. So she's using his skill to embark in the creativepreneur. So he's one of the celebrity, one of the artists and so on that been selected by the I can say that the select by the many of the high sultan, yeah, I can say that, and also he embarked to the local and international film also, such as Anna and the King, and then he opportunity to make up the Jodie Foster. So what I can say that he get the income. I can say that is already millionaire, yeah, because one times set of makeup to the royal families and so on, he charged one times thousands, more than 1,000. You just imagine a normal makeup, minimum is 700 to 800 ringgit. But if he make up to the royal and so on, the minimum is 5,000. You just imagine the cost for the beauty sectors. So there is a huge, I can say that the beauty sectors in the creativepreneur industry, in the makeup way. So okay, what is the difference between typical entrepreneur and also typical creativepreneur? So I must clear up here the difference. So the difference, I can say that if go to the left side, the typical entrepreneur is only the business. Yes, still use the creativity to start up, to use the startup, but the creativity must come with the how to get the operation in the market. How the creative way to embark to the need of the market, and also already they add the very few things which doesn't change the market to high item. They develop the new ideas to do a business. The creativity, yes, they have a creativity way in the entrepreneur itself, but mostly is embarked to the business way. How about the typical creativepreneur? I can say that the typical creativepreneur is something like really heavily focused on the creative talent, products, creative intellectual. Then the business come in. This is what I can say, that the difference between the entrepreneur and also the creativepreneur. So the good example like Warren Buffett in for business entrepreneur, but for the creativepreneur, I can say that like Richard Branson from the Virgin Group, or also the Steve Jobs from the Apples. So we can see the difference there. Okay. And then, okay, I put some two example here for Warren Buffett. You can see here, these both creativepreneur is combined. For example, like Steve Jobs, he focused on the creative way. How design is not just a look like and feel like. Design is how it works. So he got that mind to get to build up the creative skill, creative talents, creative part, and so on. But he need the business minded, which is the Buffett, the Warren Buffett, to invest the creative mind, how to embark the creative into the entrepreneur. This combination is very huge, which is we can see the different riches. So some sort of the picture, you can see different here, Steve and Warren. You can see Steve, artist, build in first, take a big risk, love the solutions, and solution is the product. If come with the Warrens, is a innovator, customer first. You can see Steve built first. Steve, he thinking about to build first, build the computer first. But the Warren, what he thinking is customer first. So that is the difference. You can see Steve more towards to the artist thinking, but Warren more to the inventor, innovator thinking. Take a big risk. I can say the Steve take a big risk, which is okay, we just do the computer, we just do the iPad, we just do. Don't think about the risk, just do. It's like that. But when comes into Warren, okay, I can say that the remove the biggest risk. Okay, and so on. Okay, now we back to the main point. How to start? How to start? So, how to build your branding or your building being the creative entrepreneur. So, how to start? You can say that how to market our product, how to learn and continue improve your skill. How is everything is how. How to sell, how do you set yourself apart, how do you stand out within knowing your business and so on. Become the entrepreneur, how to find your business ideas. Basically, to become your business idea, number first, is to make sure we enjoy running the business. That is number one. Number two, you need to expertise in the business that you want to run. For example, you want to sell, maybe I can say that any arts product you want to sell. You are the one who expertise on that. This is you need to think. Okay, got one people asking me, is it creative preneur in the field of the food can be said about in the creative preneur? When it's come to the creative skill, when it come to the design, I can say that food industry also one of. For example, I like cupcake. Okay, everyone can sell cupcake, right? Everyone can sell cupcake. But what is the difference between your cupcake with others' cupcake? There is a lot of cupcake selling in the shop or whatever. But what is the strength of your cupcake? When you want to embark in the creative industry, what you can feel, what you can see about the cupcake, which is people before they eat, okay, before they eat, they will look at the design of the cupcake. Wow, the cupcake is very nice, very beautiful, the colorful, because the bakers have their creative mind, the creative thinking to design the cupcake very nice. When customers see the cupcake and the customer won't think about the rasa, won't think about the feeling, won't think about the what is it delicious or whatever, but they look at because of the design, right? So there's a difference. Yeah, is it can? It's possible can. Okay. Then third, the business must be relevant to the needs of the community. Yes, you can do arts, you can do fashion, you can do whatever, you can do the music, you can do the multimedia, but you need to make sure your business must relevant with the community. Okay. And finally, the business must be able to make money yourself. Think, when it comes into creativity, creativepreneur, you need to think how to gain the income. Not only think about creative, how to, you need to able to make the money from the creativepreneur. Like example, like I say just now, is you want to sell the cupcake. So you need to make people to buy your cupcake. Even though your cupcake is not very delicious, not very nice, for example, people don't look about the price, but people look about the beauty. Something like that. Okay? So how to start? So I can say that this is very fast, executive summary, target market, competitors, and so on, or whatever financial projects. So write out your business plan, which follow your own voice. I can say that. So you need to have a business plan when you want to do any creativepreneur sectors. Okay, I can say that business plan is a very simple or very versatile, that you need to know and understand how you want to put to start your own business. Okay, so I can see that this is the business model canvas, BMC. I think everybody know to embark this, but how the creativepreneur want to relate their business into this? Mostly people in the business education and so on, okay, I understand how to deal it, but in the creative way, creative person, how they want to put the map on this business plan. You need to start from the value propositions, which is what is the strength about your products. Like I can say, like say the cupcake, okay? You start there. What is the main strength of your cupcake? My cupcake design is the most attractive cupcake in this region. Yes, you can see that you can put at the value propositions. So then you can go to the customer segment. Customer segment, who is your customer? Who? You want to sell the cupcake, but who is your customer? You want to focus to who? Okay, this is what you need to understand. Then you can see the colors of the here is more to the right side. The customer relationship, the channel is mostly for the customer. The purple side from the left, this one is more focused like the key partner. I can say that what is the company that can become your key partner to your business. For example, like the cupcake and so on. What is the key partner? Who is your key partner for your business cupcake? The artist, the person who bring out the design. Can become your key partner, right? So where is the activities is happen? What is the key resources? This is the thing that you need to understand, to put in, to blend in how the business run. If you run with any business, anything, even though in creativepreneur. So the revenue, you can see down is a revenue, the yellow color in the box is the revenue and also the cost structure. The revenue, how does the business earn revenue from the value propositions? And also cost structure. Cost structure means what is the cost for your cupcake business? Something like that. Okay. Next. Okay, this is one of the business model from Nike. Yeah, from Nike. Yeah. Okay. You can say that you can see the value proposition, the business model for this Nike yoga mat. Okay, unique lah, high performance yoga mat, Nike, all mat, other rubber scrap and so on. And the yoga mat is focused only for the yoga practitioner and also yoga studio. See, they mention is yoga studio and practitioner. They got mentioned or not others customer segment? No, right? Because they already highlight they already target to this market. And when come into the channel, you can see the channel, how to embark, how to do the market. So they use the e-commerce site, Nike Guide site, social media, and also for fitness blog. Okay. And then the customer relationship is a direct and community. Okay, when comes into the key partner, who is the key partner? The key partner for this grind yoga mat, Nike, grind manufacturer, and recycling company. Now recycling company, you see, recycling company can be one of the key partner for this business model. Okay, so I got another one example from the fashion. So this is in Inditex business model. Yeah, Inditex they have a Zara, Massimo Dutti, Pull Bear, Zara Home, Bershka. I think in Indonesia they got this brand in Jakarta, most of the Indonesia. From the value propositions, what is the strength of this Inditex business? Fashion, quality, and sustainable clothing at the competitive price. There's the strength of the value proposition. So who is the customer? The consumer who mainly sold in Zara. The customers. That's why they put the customer segment. But who is the key partner? The key partner is the government supply, the key partner, the second sectors of organization, and the transporter. That's the key partner. So you can see there is a player there, how to to near, to close to the customer. Visit, you can see the channel is physical store. Yeah, they use the physical store, that online shopping. Now in the world, we have a problem in the physical store, existing store. People won't go to the mall, people won't go to the shopping complex because of the norm of the COVID. But the online shopping is boom. It's boom now. It's boom. So only they cut off the existing store because of the operations issues, but they're still going to the online shopping, which is, for example, like you can buy Zara clothes from the direct from the Spain, something like that. Okay. So at last but not least, no matter what your story is, no matter what your occupation, no matter your age, and you have what takes to talk your creative talent and to them into the online business, but you have what it takes to become the creativepreneur. So thank you so much for everyone. I have one YouTube channel, so maybe I can share 2 minutes. Can 2 minutes? I
Yes, of
doing
course.
the YouTube. Yeah, I also doing the YouTube for the styling and creative. So maybe I share with everyone. You can go to my YouTube channel with the nickname will be Hanazur, Hanazur. It can open or not? Okay, can open. Open not? Tu. Wait ya, wait ya. There. Wait. 2 second, 2 second. Coming. You can see?
Dr. Rohana. Sorry, doctor.
You can hear?
No, you must close your slideshow share and then you share your YouTube again because we cannot see the YouTube video.
Okay, wait.
Because the one that you are sharing is your slide.
Okay. So, share. You can see this one?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you so much. I hope you guys enjoy my speech today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Rohana.
Yeah, thank you.
For the presentation, very enlightening about creativepreneur. Before we go to the second presenter for this afternoon, we have a question on our chat room directed to Dr. Rohana. The first one is from Miss Weni Nelmira. How about curriculum in fashion education in Malaysia? Does it have creativepreneur inside the curriculum? Then the second question, maybe we can put this together. From UK, Permata Lisna, how to build creativity without losing originality of traditional fashion? Those are two questions directed to Dr. Rohana.
Okay, for the first question, how about the curriculum in fashion education in Malaysia to the growth of the students, creativepreneur? I can say that in Malaysia, we are just more focusing on the entrepreneur, not creativepreneur. So recently, the words of the creativepreneur just raised up in this year. Even though the words of the creativepreneur in Indonesia is already increasing more than that, but I can say that the curriculum fashions, not only fashions, to the faculty that embark with the creative sectors, such as I'm from the art and design. I can say that from mass comm, and I can say that from musics and also arts, the films and so on, multimedia, anything, the IT and so on. They already see the growth of the creativepreneur words in this kind of the COVID-19, especially in this field. So I can say that the curriculum still not really direct towards to the creativepreneur syllabus, but I think after this they will look at on this, because of the race of the creativepreneur is grow very increase the awareness about creativepreneur. Okay, for the second questions will be how to build creativity without losing originality of traditional fashions. Not only traditional fashions, I can say that in Asia we have the traditional products, we have the arts craft, which is the heritage, using the traditional methods. Not only fashions is such as I can say that batik, okay, like the ceramics and so on. They use the traditional method to do this kind of product. But how the creativity use it? the creativity is not limit. You don't limit your creativity when you do the design, when you do the products, the skill, the services. The creativity can be embarked more, can be widely more. It's not only you need to crash your creativity mind when comes into the traditional, comes into the traditional. For example, I can say that, for example, like people doing the batik. You know the batik in Indonesia, you have the batik, you have the kind of the batik. Okay, when it comes into the creativity, okay, the design is from the creativity, but the process still go to the traditional method, which is the heritage or also the value still maintained there. This is what I can say, that creativity is not losing. Okay, so next I just continue. The next from
Another
Dr.
question just popped up. From
The
Redman.
Dr.
Yes.
How you think
Yes.
about fashion waste as a part of the global waste problem? What kind of the creativity as the solution? Okay, this come you know, when come into fashion waste, not only fashion, I can say it's the many in the industry. When come into waste, it become a part of the global waste problem in Malaysia. Not in Malaysia, in the world, I can say that is a number one in the world. Textile waste still get the number one in the world, right? So we cannot deny that. But unfortunately, when the COVID now, it's like the nature is already green. The land
Going
of the
down.
waste, is going down. I think it's alhamdulillah, it's a good, it's a one of the good part. And then you can see, you can do some research about this, but embark with the SDG information. SDG. So, and what kind of the creativity as the solution? Creativity is everything. Everything. You can do the creativity, design, music, you can write down the writer, you can lyrics, you can sing a song, anything. It's not only fashion. If you the bakers, masak, you can do, like I give you example, like cupcake. That's it. Okay. There is a lot of creativity. Creativity is not the solution. It's not the solutions. It's not the solution. It's just a way to people to enter, to help. If you say that the fashion waste can be interrelated with the creative solution, that one I need to do the research. I need to do the research on that. Okay.
So you can we mention that the creativity is the tools to, but not the solution, but it's the tools to find other solutions.
It's not a solution. It's not. Oh, okay, like this. You have a creativity way to do the pattern. Okay, I pola pattern in the fashion when you cut the baju. Maybe you have your creativity way to reduce the pattern in the when you cut the garment. Maybe that, but not really, because when comes into, there is a lot of research, especially in India. You can read from the journal from the India side. They search a lot of in the creativity way how to cut the pattern to reduce the waste from the fabric. They cannot get 100%, still have the waste, but just reduce the percentage. That's why I can say, you don't mention, you cannot put the creativity as the solution. This is what my point of view.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Hannah. Yes, please stay with us until the end of the session. We will have, perhaps we will have another question and answers. Excuse me. Before we go to our second invited speakers for this afternoon, we would like to appreciate e-certificate for you, Dr. Hannah.
Yes.
This is, we will send it to your email as a token of appreciation to our ICCFBT conference for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Next, we go to our second invited speakers for this afternoon. We have Professor Dr. Wimpy Pangkahila. He is currently a chairman of Concentration of Anti-Aging Medicine Master Program, also chairman of Center of Study of Anti-Aging Medicine, Medical Faculty, Udayana University, Indonesia. His topic for today will be health behind beauty. So this is another interesting topic. To Professor Wimpy, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. First of all, I would like to thank the committee who invited me to this important program. So my topic, maybe I'm the stranger in this meeting because my background is a doctor between you, all of you. But I think there is a close relationship between health and beauty. So therefore my topic is health behind beauty. What is the correlation? I believe that many people or most of people never correlate between beauty and health. But in this occasion, I think we will discuss about health behind beauty. What is that? Beauty, not only beauty, but there's a health condition behind beauty. So what is beauty? Beauty is the condition of a person that gives pleasure to the senses or to the mind. So how you feel, how you think about somebody, beauty of somebody. So this is the important role of beauty. First, it's important in couple relationship. I believe all of you consider about the beauty of your partner, right? So whether you are a man or woman, yeah, I believe, yeah, you're concerned about the beauty of your partner. So also have a role in the social position. And then the third is the interaction, in social interaction. So this is the important role of beauty that maybe we never think about it. Sorry. In general, women have special attention to beauty, not only to their own beauty, but also to the others' beauty. I believe all women have special attention to the beauty. But now, men also have attention to their appearance, how to be looking attractive. When you see, when you read on the social media, yeah, there are many people, including men now, have attention to their appearance. What is the role of beauty? Like I mentioned before, social interaction, social position, and couple relationship. And now we're talking about the component of beauty, face, shape. I think this is the first component that most people give attention, because when we meet somebody, we have to look to their face, right? And the second component is the skin. I believe all women, or maybe most of the women, give attention to their skin, the skin color, the skin appearance, and then also body composition, and also other organ function. So this is finally it's expressed in the attitude or behavior of people. So there are 5 components. They are closely related to health condition, especially to hormone function. So maybe I believe all of you maybe ever heard about the name of hormone. So this is a component that very important in our function. That's why when women get menopause, it means that the hormone already down, and that's why the menopause woman will experience many complaints. Also, men who get andropause because their hormone already down, they will experience many complaints, including the appearance, body appearance. This is face and body movement and expression. Yeah. So we can see when we meet somebody, when we talk to somebody, yeah, we can see how their movement, their body movement, their face movement and expression. Is it expressive or poor expression, fast, slow, or no reaction? Yeah. So it very closely related to signs, symptoms, and complaints of coming from health condition. So beauty is not only about physical appearance, but there is a hidden factors that affect beauty. So there's health condition, including physical condition and psychological condition. Again, beauty is not only about physical appearance, but there is a hidden factor that affect beauty. So when we see the people, woman or man, loss of their beauty, what is the relationship? This is the unhealthy condition, wrinkle, or other skin problem, obesity, and then sexual problem. This is unhealthy condition. Poor expression of the face or of the body, diseases, disorders, and complaints. So this is unhealthy condition that finally result in loss of beauty. This is the example of wrinkle. So wrinkle is not only condition of skin, but it closely related with the hormone decrease. Okay. Also obesity. There are many people, especially women, feel many problem with the obesity.
You pergi dulu ah. Sekejap lagi I datang.
So in general, people consider obesity as not beauty. Yeah, that's why many people find in social media how to decrease their body weight. Yeah, sometimes they find the false product through the social media. So this unhealthy condition, yeah, it results in aging process, and aging process result in unhealthy condition. So there are many signs symptoms of aging process, including in beauty condition. Hormones have dominant role in many aspects of human life. If hormone decline or imbalance, many signs symptoms complaint appear, including those related to beauty. Like I told you before, among others is wrinkle, melasma. Melasma is mean hyperpigmentation of the skin. So like this, melasma is hyperpigmentation of the skin. This closely related to decrease or imbalance hormone. So melasma, there's a genetic factor also, yeah, but caused by female sex steroid hormone, yeah, that is decrease or imbalance. Exposure to UVB, ultraviolet B, from the sun, and photosynthesizing medication. So there are some medicine that finally can result in melasma. Certain cosmetics, be careful. Many women just buy freely the cosmetics. That is sometimes the component, the content in the cosmetic is not good and or gives side effect as melasma to the skin. And also mild ovarian or thyroid dysfunction. It means the hormone, sexual hormone and also thyroid hormone can result in melasma. And of course, oxidative stress. Yeah, there are many things in our environment that give act as oxidative stress, mean finally result in melasma. So this is the side effect of laser. Many women come to the to the beauty clinic and give laser. This is one of my patients that gave complication of laser that she get to smooth her face, but finally this is the complication of the laser. Talking about obesity, in our society, in Indonesia or in Asian countries, yeah, obesity related to hormone is underdiagnosed in general population. Many people think or thought that obesity considered as too much eat. Yeah, only few people thinking that obesity is related to hormone problem. Yeah, so not many people, even doctors, realize that hormones have a role in the pathophysiology of obesity. So now we're talking about the cases of obesity can be found in all ages, in the baby, children, youngster, adult age, older age. Yeah. So when people get obesity, they feel that they are not normal. Yeah, their appearance is not normal, and in general, they feel not healthy. They feel tired. They feel not healthy. So increased body weight and obesity is one of signs of aging process. Don't forget that. So when we're talking about aging process, it can be happen in baby and children also, in youngster, in adult age, and also in older age. So when we see the classification of obesity like this, yeah, this is underweight, yeah. So you can measure your BMI. This is normal range. This is overweight. Yeah. So many people in our society now getting overweight or obesity. Yeah. So this is the this underweight, this normal. So if your BMI, you can measure your BMI. Okay. If your BMI is here, this kilogram of your body weight, divide by meter, your height, yeah, in meter square. So this is the normal. Okay, but if your BMI more than 25, it means that you are overweight and then obesity. The degree of health impairment, yeah, there are three factors: amount of fat, distribution of fat, and the presence of other risk factors. So be careful if you are obese or overweight or obese. So Indonesia already declared obesity is in adults increased from 36% in 2010 to 39% in 2016. So this is we're talking about the overweight. Yeah. So give attention to your body weight. Yeah, because it is not only talking about the body weight, but there are many factors, many risk factors behind the body obesity. Yeah. So among children also, there are many obesity. Yeah, so we have to give attention if you have children or adolescent with obesity. Yeah, don't forget to consult to your doctor, because this is not only about the body weight, but also there are some risk factors that treat your health condition. So until now, most people, including doctor, identify obesity with too much eat. Of course, it is wrong. That's not always right, because depends on the etiology. What is the etiology of the obesity? The etiology is multifactorial, environmental factors, disorder or disease, and genetic factors. So finally, it results in obesity. Environment factor is very important because there are too many now, many materials that we consume every day. Yeah. Finally, we found that it is not healthy. It is mixed with the hormone. This is disorders caused by hidden traits, consequences of loss of beauty, not attractive in social relationship, poor aesthetic, sexual dysfunction of the partner, poor quality of life. These are the consequences of loss of beauty. So that's why we have to pay attention to our beauty, to our appearance, because this is not only about appearance, but there are some hidden traits or disease behind the loss of the beauty. So all normal human need hormones. But if hormones are not normal, body organs will be in abnormal function and life will be abnormal. Finally, no normal life if hormones are not normal. It means that all of us have to check our hormone level, because it closely related to our physical appearance and our quality of life. We're talking about environment factors related to hormones: foods, drinks, supplements, and even herbal products. In our study, yeah, we have checked some foods, drinks, supplements, and herbal products that finally we found that they are not healthy for our health condition. Many of them intoxicated with hormone. You know, maybe the name of estrogen hormone, progesterone hormone, corticosteroid hormone, testosterone hormone. So many of that food, drink, supplement, and herbal products intoxicated with this hormone. Of course, if this product consumed by normal people with normal hormone, of course, it's not good. It will result in some side effects or complication. No, so like this. This is the statue of Michelangelo. Yeah. Statue of David. Yeah, created by Michelangelo. So this is the normal hormone of David. But what is happen if David have not normal hormone like this? Okay, so this is the relationship between BMI percent body fat compare woman and men. The yellow one is woman, and the blue one is of the man. Yeah. So you can see the body mass index and body fat. Okay, what is the effect of decreased estrogen hormone? Yeah. All women have estrogen. Yeah. What is the effect if a woman has I mean cholesterol, high cholesterol, something like that. Hair loss, decreased genital sensation, vagina is sensitive to infection. So this woman get obesity. So when woman get this, of fracture, bone, hot flashes. Hot flashes mean that the woman feel, you know, hot in the face and body, in the body. Okay, what happened in during perimenopause or menopause? Actually, perimenopause, menopause is unhealthy condition. So it will give many symptoms, physical symptoms, psychological symptoms, and sexual function. That's why people with women with in perimenopause or menopause condition, it means that they are in unhealthy condition. And complaints, not like before when they are still in young age. So finally, women with perimenopause or menopause loss of beauty if they don't get treatment, hormonal treatment. So all signs, symptoms, complaints in menopause actually are manifestation of decreased hormone level. What hormone? Estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone hormone. So all are decreased. What is the physical general symptoms in women with premenopause or menopause? Hot flash, night sweats, sleep disorder, fatigue, itchy, bone pain due to osteoporosis, headache, tachycardia, incontinence. Incontinence means cannot control the urine, visceral obesity, hair loss, wrinkle, and melasma. So finally, this decrease the health condition and beauty of the woman. What about the psychological symptoms? Anxiety, mood swing, irritability, decreased concentration, and decreased memory. So finally, it decreased health condition and beauty also. And finally, what is the sexual dysfunction experienced by premenopause or menopause women? Sexual desire disorder means women with premenopause or menopause lost their sexual desire. And then dyspareunia mean feel pain during sexual intercourse because the vagina doesn't have enough lubrication. Yeah. And then orgasmic disorder mean cannot feel orgasm again. Finally, it decreased health condition and beauty, of course. So the decrease or imbalance hormone, it results in unhealthy condition. Among others is obesity, and decrease or loss of beauty, and result also in sexual dysfunction, and finally it decrease woman's quality of life. So signs, symptoms, complaints of growth hormone. We also have the what's so called as growth hormone. What happens if we all women and men have growth hormone decrease or deficiency? So this is the result. Increased total and visceral fat, again obesity, this obesity again. And then decreased lean body mass. So the body mass is decreased. Decrease of muscle strength, feel weak, yeah, like no energy, yeah. Decreased exercise capacity, lack of energy level, fatigue, feel fatigue all the time. Decreased bone mineral density means that the bone not normal again and easy to get fractured. Thin, dry skin, cool extremities. So the skin is dry and thin. Yeah, so not beautiful anymore. Social isolation, So people with with growth hormone deficiency like to like to live with alone, so it's feel happy with social isolation, depressed mood and anxiety, lack of positive well-being. Dyslipidemia means the cholesterol is high, something like that, and impaired cardiac function. So it results in cardiac function also. Accelerated arteriogenesis means that the blood vessel is not normal and easy to get cardiac or heart disease. And another result is sexual dysfunction, yeah, that happen in many women and men with decreased less of growth hormone and impaired glucose tolerance. So it means it's easy to get diabetes, yeah, with high glucose. Okay, so this is all of the result or complaint and symptoms of people with growth hormone deficiency. And when you see all the results, it finally we can say with one word, especially for women, loss of the beauty. So finally, loss of the beauty. Okay, what is the treatment now? Yeah, so like this. Don't forget to do practice healthy lifestyle, diet control, exercise, and then you have to find what is the cause of lost beauty of the beauty. Is that a hormone problem or another cause? Yeah, so we have to find, and then after that, when we know the cause, we can give comprehensive treatment. Yeah? And then finally, the final result is beauty is back. And women and men, when their appearance come back like before, they will feel normal again and happy again and energetic again. I come to the final of my slides. I give you some tips how to prevent the aging process. First is practice healthy lifestyle. We can do just easy exercise, minimum like doing jogging 30 minutes, 3 times a week or almost daily. And then healthy and enough food. What is that? Low calories and fat, enough protein, fruit and vegetables. Avoid and manage stress. Avoid all toxic substances like smoking and too much alcohol. Yeah, and then pesticide and unhealthy preservative substances that we can find in many food now. Enough sleep, that's for adult around 6 to 7 hours, and balancing between works and relaxation. The second, happy family life. So we have to build a happy family life, including sexual life. Avoid unhealthy sexual life. The third is do job as a pleasure. It's not easy, of course, but we can try to do our job as our pleasure, as a pleasure, or as our hobby. Even though it's not easy, but we can do that. The fourth, live in social environment according to your conscience. The fifth, always think positively and optimistic. Do not consider you are healthy and normal just because you do not feel a serious complaint. So it means even though you do not feel a serious complaint, it doesn't mean that you are healthy. Yeah, that's why it's good for you to do regular medical checkup. The seven, do not consider you are already old and helpless. That's not easy, but we can do that. Do not consider you are already old and hopeless. The eighth, do not consume medicine or mixture without scientific evidence base and without recommendation of expert. Because like I mentioned before, There are many things, many food, many herbal products that contaminated with unhealthy substances. Perform periodic medical checkup according to respectively condition. The 10 is take medicine or supplement based on scientific data to reverse or decrease function of organs to the aging process. So how we can do exercise? Sorry. Jogging. It's very easy. We can do jogging anywhere. Stretching, squat, twist, push up, and use barbell to train your muscle. So all of us can do this, the woman and men. This is not only for men. Women also can do this. Okay, what is the goal of regular medical checkup? Early detection of biomarkers of aging. So by doing regular medical checkup, we can know if there's already biomarker of aging in our body. Second, early detection of age-related dysfunction or disease. The third, early intervention or treatment if needed. So this is the goal of regular medical checkup that I think is very important for us to do this at least once a year. So don't wait until we get disease in our body. So I think I come to the last slide of my presentation. This is just a joke. This is normal hormone level, but this is imbalanced hormone level. Okay, thank you very much. I send back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor Wimpy. We have a lot of questions here regarding to the presentation that you had just given to us. I would like to start from the top. There's a question from UK. Her question is, how is your opinion about social beauty standards that can cause health problem for women? I think it's the meaning of this question is like previous or old Javanese social beauty standards says that fat and chubby lady are more attractive. How about now?
I think
maybe we can
now in our condition now, that's already changed about what we call the condition that before and now is much different. How people to consider or differentiate between women and men. Yeah, now it's very changed. I think we have now balanced standard of men and women, especially in Indonesian society. So there's a balance now position between man and woman. So when we said that woman is not beautiful, maybe on the other side, they can say that woman is not attractive for me. So now there is a balance between the men and women, I think. Even though there are some people in the certain area that still differentiate between men and women. That's my question.
How about the cost to health, for example, like the woman would like to stay skinny and thin, and so they, for example, yeah.
Like I mentioned before,
they eat something and throw it up again. Dr. Wimpy, how about that health condition?
I think to skinny, if it means healthy, it's okay. But like I mentioned you, there are not underweight, not underweight. So the weight is still in the normal range, yeah. So men and women have to stay in the normal weight, not in skinny. Yeah, skinny if it is mean underweight, it's not healthy. But skinny if it's in the range of normal weight, that's good, that's healthy. Yeah, it includes
right.
men and women also, not only women but men also. Not overweight, not obesity. So we can calculate our body mass index. So our body weight and kilogram divide by square of meter of our height. So if the BMI is 25 until 25 and more, means that we are healthy, normal body mass index, like I explained before, but not skinny.
No.
Not skinny, not underweight.
No, it's sorry, Professor. It's like this. So that to obtain their correct weight, they eat the food and then throw it up again. How about that in the health to the health what do you say, the health condition? Is it all right, or will it cause another health problem?
Oh yeah. So like I told you, we have to control our food. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that we deficient. We are deficient of the food. So we have to control, like I told you before, less calorie, less carbohydrate, but enough protein and enough fat and enough fruit and vegetables. Yeah, so that means we can control, but still in healthy condition. I hope it's clear. Yeah.
Yes, another question regarding fruit and vegetable comes from Ms. Rahmi here. What if we change the fruit and vegetable into a supplement, tablet supplements? How does that cost our health?
Yeah, there are many supplements, but not all supplement is healthy, because it depends on maybe it's intoxicated during their processing in the factory. I don't know, but in my experience with my student experience also, when we check some supplement, yeah, it is it's not pure supplement, but it's intoxicated. Yeah, that's why yeah, maybe when I'm talking about fruits and vegetables, of course, it doesn't mean that all fruit and vegetable is healthy, because it depends on the condition of the land also. Yeah, because if the land is intoxicated with poison, of course it's not healthy. So that's why it's not easy to tell about that, you know. Yeah. So that's why we have to be careful to consume some food, including vegetable also and fruit. Yeah. Because in some area, you know, the fruit and the vegetables, yeah, grow in the area where it's intoxicated, the land intoxicated with the metal, something like that. So finally, we have to be careful again. Hope it's clear.
Especially if the fruit that you consume every day is durian, right, Professor? So you must be very careful with that. Yeah. Another two questions, Professor. Sorry, two more questions here. The last two are, how can we keep our hormones so that we can stay beauty? And then that is from Ms. Tias. And then next one is from Ms. Fifi. How could we maintain our beauty during the COVID-19 pandemic? Those two questions, Professor.
To keep, you know, hormone actually going decrease in the age of 25 to 35. it's going to decrease slowly. Yeah, it happened in women and men also. That's why it needs our healthy life every day healthy life. We have to maintain and we have to practice. Like I told you before, with the enough sleep, exercise, regular exercise, controlled diet, and happy family. Yeah. So this is the basic of how to maintain our hormone. Yeah. But if we are intoxicated with some material from outside, some of the materials decrease our hormone. So that's why we have to be careful. And like I mentioned before, regular medical checkup is very important. With regular medical checkup, we can find whether our hormone already decreased or not. Yeah, that's my explanation.
Thank you, Professor. Yeah, this also close related with question from Dr. Ratnan Tias. She said that there's a item says that for women 40 to up, just drinking water can cause obesity. Yeah, so I think Professor Wimpy had just also answered that question with Dr. Ratnan Tias. So can we wrap this session with Professor Wimpy before we go to our third invited speakers? We would like to present a certificate, an e-certificate to Professor Wimpy as a token of appreciation as invited speakers for today. Yes, this is our e-certificate. But before we did not get the chance to show Professor Wimpy's biodata or curriculum vitae. I would like to read it for a few minutes. Professor Wimpy's occupation is a professor, medical faculty Udayana University, Indonesia, a chairman of concentration of anti-aging medicine master program, medical faculty Udayana University, chairman of Center for Study of Anti-Aging Medicine, medical faculty Udayana University. He has joined the organization Indonesian Association of Androtologists, Indonesian as a chairman, and then a chairman of Indonesian Association of Sexology, also a chairman in Indonesian Center for Anti-Aging Medicine, and also a chairman of Indonesian Association of Anti-Aging Medicine. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Wimpy, for the delightful presentation, very insight of our health. Yeah, that it makes us really take good care or good look of how we live our life so that we can maintain our beauty. Yeah. So if I can quote from I can summarize from what Professor Wimpy's presentation. If you want to keep your beauty, you must keep your health, like that. All right, we go to our third invited speakers for this afternoon. We have Dr. Roslin bin Abdurrahman. He is an entrepreneur officer and a senior lecturer of Sungai Petani Community College. Dr. Roslin bin Abdurrahman obtained his PhD degree in hospitality management from the University Technology Mara, Shah Alam, Malaysia, Master in gastronomy from the same university, UITM, Bachelor in tourism management, majoring hotel management from University Utara, Malaysia. His topic for today is industry on campus and alternative teaching and learning in hospitality industry. So we go right to Dr. Roslin. Please, the forum is yours.
Assalamualaikum, and thank you, the moderator, and Assalamualaikum, and a very good day to all participants in the Third International Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty and Tourism. Alhamdulillah, thank you Allah for giving us to be together in this conference, and I hope all of us are in good health, always positive and happy. Okay, and now is my turn to share information on current teaching and learning needs in line with industry requirement through the industry on campus method. So before that, let me introduce myself first. I am Rizlin bin Abdul Rahman, a senior lecturer at Sungai Petani Community College, and my major is in culinary arts, and currently I'm holding a position of head of department of entrepreneurial unit. And in my college, we offer 4 programs, which are culinary arts, hotel operation, health and beauty spa, and automotive. So thank you for inviting me to share my point of view on technical education for future industry. And it is an honor to me to be with you all. Okay, let me share my presentation. Can you see my presentation?
No, not yet, doctor.
Not yet, okay, hold on.
Yes.
Sure, I should use this one first. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's appearing right now. Yes, please
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, okay. You can see?
Yes, that's great already.
All right, okay. Okay, shall we start, ladies and gentlemen? Can you see my presentation slides? Okay, before we talk about education today, it is best for us to look at the current and future industry and also the economics need. This is because the success of the education system is measured by the extent to which we provide graduates who are market ready and with a high employability. Education and occupation is interrelated. And let's take a look on what is the future needs for industries and also for the economy. Based on the World Economic Forum that said recently and what the Asian economic community said to focus on industry and the economy until 2025. And I strongly believe that our country will move in line with this outlined by these organizations, and also with the information and planning department within our country. So a report from World Economic Forum Industries they shows that the increasing of a dependency of labor power on machine will increase until 2025. Okay, the machine efficiency is highly demanded to provide more standard product and service capabilities, quality, and with a huge quantity, as well as to save production time. Certainly, this will affect a low-skilled manpower who will unescapably be replaced to meet the objective and to reduce production costs. Therefore, we need to stress and we need to assess what is the strength of human capital that cannot be matched or replaced by the computerized machine system. And we need to be in the group which has advantage that the machine's application can perform the task. We have to find the group. We want to find the gaps that machine cannot do. Okay, so we have to be in that gaps. Okay, so what we have to differentiate between us and the machines. That make us what we call a very valuable asset for the industries. Next, let's see what Asian economic community said about the industry and also the economy. Okay, let's see. Despite reliance on machines and robots, the Asian economy is predicted that human resource still capable to handle special technical skill, entrepreneurial and social communication. High requirements and demand is focusing to food, agriculture and forestry, e-commerce, tourism, healthcare, and so on. These are in our industries. The success of this area needs to be forged through career and education lifelong learning, so that the community's economy will always grow positively. And what can be concluded that apart from the manufacturing side, social and communication factors, soft skills, value services is the gap that machine cannot perform. And this comes to the nature to our industry. Okay. And our industry needs to be strengthened through the improvement of hard skill and soft skill, which need to be relevant to the current industry. So the next slide shows that top 10 skills for 2025 based on World Economic Forum this year. Okay, the first one is analytical thinking and innovation, active learning and learning strategies, complex problem solving, critical thinking and analysis, creativity and originality and initiative, leadership, and so on. So from here, you can see type of skill that we need to cover is first is problem solving, self-management, working with people, and technology use and department. So how about us? How about us? And what about our education system? And is our career is still in demand? Based on these skills, we have to predict how far our industry can go. Okay, and for me, I would say that yes, we are still relevant, and our skill is still in demand, but with some modification and application due to revolutions and modern lifestyle, and also with the threat of virus COVID. And our education system need to be realigned again to the revolutions and the needs of industrial employment in order to meet the demands and supply. If you can see here, the main factor that needs to be emphasized is to the student is on creative and critical thinking that will encourage innovative aspect which affect their cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. Okay, then the industry will insist of combining, the function of the industry is to insist in combining students' cognitive, affective, and psychomotor by bringing up the real industry application to the students' learning style, learning system. Okay, that's the industry part. And with that, I would like to share with you one of the approach that community college and polytechnics in Malaysia try to embark to facing the education revolution. Okay, which is called industry on campus, and we think that it has a solution to be to overcome a job mismatch. Okay, and Actually, what is IOC is all about? So IOC is about initiative to bring the real industry environment into the teaching and learning process. And then the purpose is to bridging the gap of graduate attributes with the real needs of the industry. And the mission is to overcome, first, is to develop graduate supply, which sometimes the industry claims that they does not match the industry demand. Second, they want to reduce dependence of foreign labor. Third one, IOC also can help on lifelong learning program, support continuous skill development and with a high emolument. And lastly, IOC helps to enhancing the capacity of countries' human capital. This is the functions of the industry on campus. But in academic review, industry on campus is known as a curriculum of learning of real industry, operation and production that hosts campus intended for students and lecturers to explore various opportunities in project production and recognize the latest technology from industry. Industry also on campus also is a curriculum that match a real world environment within a typical educational institution setting, and it represents a new education model that converts theoretical knowledge into skill and competency. And the collaboration with the industry is critical for institutions to create knowledge, experience, and practice for students' competency and employability. In term, collaboration with institution is crucial for industry, not only for involved in the scientific-based research project, but also is getting a workforce that fit with the needs of their industry. So this is IOC is all about. Industry involvement can be implemented by bringing up the industry on campus, industry to classroom, whether the industry is in the institution or otherwise. Okay, this initiative brings the real industry, bring the industry environment into the teaching and learning progress for the purpose of bridging the gap of student attribute with the real industry needs. Okay, and industry will place their equipment in the institution and train the student based on their standard operating procedure and skill practice. And by doing this, the theory and practical application is minimized and students gain the benefits and have the advantage to excel more rather than other graduate institutions. In this situation, based on our program or based on institutional program, each program need to find one area to be involved in the industry, to ask the industry, give or contribute the equipments to the institution, and then the students will gain the experience from what equipments that they give, and then what service that can they train to the students, and then that makes the students very competent rather than others. If you have hotels, at least you have a restaurants that combination that cooperate with the industry. If you have a subject of dining rooms or dining family service, then one of the subjects is coffee. Then you bring a machine of coffee, then train a barista at your place with the guidance from the industry. That's the meaning of industry on campus. A very tuned skill for a specific students or graduate of manpower. Okay. The concept of industrial cooperation with education institution involve commitments from students, academic, and industry players throughout knowledge sharing, sharing on skill, technical equipment, technology, and facing the current industrial revolution. An industry that need a skilled workforce can no longer take a selfish. They are no longer to take a selfish stand by not contributing to the development of manpower resources. Yes, nowadays, in the real world, they cannot escape on training the graduates. So, this is the facts nowadays, that more complex machinery and skill only can be explained or trained by the industry. That's the fact. If they are not willing to train, then they will not get match job with the graduates. Okay, the success of industry relevance workforce development must be based on the strength of relationship between local institution and employers or industry. This effort happens to the niche area of what programs that have in the institution aligned with the industry business. And the program of IOC especially involve industry-based learning concept, and both institution and industry need to sit together and realign the curriculum based on industry future expectation. And also we have to give a slot of or special requirement time to industry to share their skill with the student. And also we should think to produce competent graduates that also can earn money, not start from their work, but starting from their training. And with the development of their entrepreneurial skill, and they will become more competent and ready to be in the job market. The involvement of the industry is by creating a duplication of actual industrial, okay, meaning that bring the actual industry to the college, to the universities, to the institutions, must have interrelated with the program offered by the universities or institution. And we should be in mind that this effort also affect the local economic growth and can help a lot of communities, okay, not only for fresh graduate but also for the communities and who want to involve in a new business, okay, or expand their business, okay. And IOC or industry on campus give exposure to the students on first, use the latest technology in the industry. This will make them more advanced and knowledgeable to handle technology. Secondly, they will enhance new introduced equipment, which can give the student knowledge on how to operate advanced equipment. Also, a new and future knowledge. Okay, the student will gain the knowledge that have been practiced in industry nowadays and what been expected for the future. And skill improvement and value added skill, I'm sure with the practical, the student will capture skill and knowledge that didn't they have in the classroom. A new knowledge come out, I'm very sure, because the industry has always a practical practice on each their industries. So they are expert in their field. So there is a shortcut, there is a smartest way, and there is a protocol way. All of things we should only get in the industry. Then the work culture and industry environment, this is also important. Why? Because we have to make the student ready to adapt the environment first and the work culture before they entering the job market. So enabling this industry to increase and improve the marketability of graduates, commitment from the industry is much needed and requires collaboration and strategic alliances to make this IOC concept useful, very successful. Okay, and by reducing this gap, it will definitely make the graduates relevant and a priority choice for the industry. Okay, And collaboration between institution with the niche area industry, and what should be focused on the collaboration. First one, the form of collaboration between institutions must be in the niche area first, must be matched with the program offered and also the industry. Second one, collaboration should be student-centered or training-centered, using a learning approach from the actual industry, whether operating within the institution or in the industry, or you may rental the premise, and then the equipment is being located at the premise. The basis of the training places is as a place student for the work culture, skill, polishing the skill, okay, knowledge, enhancing the knowledge, and so on, until it can help student towards earning wages and be more competent. And the training places is regulated by the institution to maintain the industrial work environment. So the function of the industry not only helps to be as a mentor or advisor, but also expected to help and contribute in terms of equipment, system, and procedures, as well as involving psychomotor training to help students become more significant to the job market. And industrial business models can also be implemented to produce students who are entrepreneurial and want to do business, so that business opportunity can be open to the students and the trainees, and also can become a job creator. Okay, can become a job creator. And the initiative that to be considered is, first, the willingness of the institution in providing space. If we are doing in the campus, we must willing to provide space for the equipment that being sponsored or being given by the industry. And also the institution must ready to make the curriculum more dynamic by involving industry guidance. Okay, and the students should be having monitoring students' performance, which is monitored by the students, it's by the industry supervisor, lecturers, through industry experts' commitment, okay, and also with the IOC logbook. And in terms of academic, lecturer and staff not only provide relevant inputs on ideas, R&D, innovations, and so on, but also can improve their own skill in the field, or in other words, is reskilling and upskilling. Okay, the IOC in the context of teaching and learning stipulates that process in the industry in producing products and services need to be linked in the teaching and learning process. As mentioned before with the speakers before, yes, everything that you teach, everything that we deliver, the knowledge to the students, we cannot escape, or we cannot leave entrepreneur. We cannot leave the related industry behind. We have to bring all these things together in our teaching and learning. So in this context, related process need to be met with the learning study content, learning content, as well as the mechanism how to delivery, mechanism delivery, and also the combination of industry and institution will help professional development that will impact companies, institutions, society, and country. So this is the suggestion framework that we right now planning and also implementing in Polytechnic and Community College. So this framework we gain, or we have it as by doing qualitative research through the officers of Polytechnic and Community College that involved in the collaboration with the industry, and based on the discussion, group discussion, we have come up with the framework which has the input of the IOC is come from, and also with the benefits that gain with from first students, and then the community, industrial worker, and also the staff. And then for what this IOC being implemented is to bridge the gap between technology, equipment, knowledge, skill, and culture. And in the process of IOC, there's 4 basic pillars that makes the IOC to become successful. The first one is education mode. Second one is on the collaboration, which is what is the niche area for the program and the industry. And the third one is financial that need to look over. And the fourth one is the infrastructure and facilities that we have to foresee to the equipment that industry will give to the institution as the training purposes. And then also there's a collaboration activities that can involve in this IOC, and then institution need to design the learning activities and also the assessment activities. And also the industry can gain the impact of high quality research, technology innovation, staff skill and requirement, and training, and also co-production. They can use this effort ataupun this kaedah or methodology to give the students on what they expect in their industry. And then most of the process will gain for the output. And basically the output is good for institutions and industries. These are some of the outputs that institution will gain, and also the industry will take the benefits and the advantage. And of course, it will impact the communities, organization, society, and environment. This is the whole process of the IOC in Polytechnic and Community College. So with that, I end up my discussion, or I end up my sharing, and I appreciate on your effort to stay and listen to my speech. And with that, I end up my sharing with Assalamualaikum. I open up the discussion, and also I open up the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roslyn. Yes, there are already 2 questions pop up in our chat room. First one is from Mr. Ari. His question was, how about your strategies to take sure that your college curriculum match with the industry trends and requirements? And then secondly, how do you utilize the practitioners from industries in giving lectures to the student? That's the question from Mr. Ari. Could you please kindly go to these 2 questions first,
Okay,
Dr.
right.
Rosley?
I will answer the first one first. All right. The first one, all the technical students, all the technical institutionals, we have to work very close with the industries, meaning that we have to recognize what industries that very relevant to our students right now, to the market also. And then we have to meet them, and then we have to we give them what we call a syllabus, show them what we have, and then they will help us on the give us the suggestion on how to make our syllabus is quite very good, and then in line with them. Okay, most of Polytechnic and Community College, we have the industry that collaborate and back up the institutions, and most of the industry is very well known industry, and each of industry we will do a signing ceremony, and they will always be in our curriculum development advisor. This is the way we overcome and we will look into what's every needs every industry needs nowadays and the future. That's the number one, the question of number one. The second one is, how do you utilize the practitioners for industry in giving lectures to the students? Yes, okay. All right. First of all, if we do industry on campus, automatically the industry that give or contribute the equipment, for sure, he will be with us for the certain times of periods. So for sure, the industrial expert in that particular field will be in our advisor, and also will be as a guest of expert, field expert, to come and give the talk. And then we have to also allocate certain time that the industry need to fill in to come and give a talk to our students. Okay, and then this is what we call a requirement for institutions who wants to do the IOC. They must give a certain contact hours to the industry to come and give a lecture, give their experience, share their experience, and makes them the student feel that, wow, I'm very serious with this field. And then they will share, they will feel that they will prepare to be in the field, to be in the such as culinary field or sports field or hotel operation fields. So they are, at least they have a knowledge, they have a preliminary, yes, a pre-knowledge about their field before they entering the market. Okay, that's why we have to get involved, the industry to come in, and then to tell what is exactly happen in the industry right now. Okay, because we cannot take the risk. We cannot just say that all the knowledge you can get with the lecturers. The lecturers may be good, but also very lack of practical knowledge, practical skill. This is the part that we have to get the industry to come in the industry, to come in our institution. Okay, and then I think that's all. That's I answer the question number 2.
Thank you, Dr. Rosalyn. Excuse me could we have a moment of pause, because in our location is the Azan prayer
All right,
calling.
okay.
Yeah, we will listen to the Azan prayer first.
Okay.
Thank you. We take a pause for a few minutes. All right, Dr. Roslyn and ladies and gentlemen, participants of our ICC FBT conference, we continue our discussion with Dr. Roslyn bin Abdurrahman. There are two questions that comes up in our chat room directed to you. First one is from Dr. Retnan Imtiaz. Her question is, how can we get ready for the next technology in tourism and hospitality industry, like previously Dr. Chihan presented? There are robots to do our jobs. What kind of skill we should prepare so our future student get another job opportunity, Dr. Roslyn?
Okay, thank you. For that questions, I would like to relate it with the entrepreneur. Okay, in the side of the entrepreneurship. First of all, most of our students right now very good in developing products and also in terms of service caring. So this is our industry. Hospitality industry is about, it's not just products, it also is about service, tangible and non-tangible products. So if we can seek for another opportunity, job opportunity or business opportunity, I would like to advise students to look over on, yes, we are very good in product and services, but we have to enhance more, and we should think about to relate with the e-commerce. Everything that right now in the industry, you have to have a computer literacy, and also you must know the digital technology. Okay, and I would suggest that why not all the students right now not only focus on job, you can go for entrepreneurs and then relate it with the e-commerce. And every product of and also the service that you have, you must relate also with the digital medium. Okay, and then it's become more worldwide. And then, yes, right now, because of the COVID, customer or people cannot touch. We cannot touch each other. And also, we cannot touch the food, the products. But change it. Use it as a eye appealing. From taste, you change to eyes. So all the products that you want to you want to sell, you must have a criteria. You must consider on the previous speakers says that a very creative effort to do
Creativepreneur.
yes, creative entrepreneurs to be inside with you. Okay, it's easy for you to sell the products and the service using e-commerce and also with the digital medium, rather than right now you go face to face and sell your products. Okay, that's the answer.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Razlin. Last questions from, oh no, another two questions, but let me summarize these two questions. The first one is the strategy in this condition, COVID pandemic condition, since that industry on campus is hands-on activity in campus, but meanwhile the students right now are studying from home. So what are your strategy to obtain the condition so that student can still get the skill? And then the second question from Ibu Murni, regarding about soft skill to the student. What's your strategy to propose that student could have enough mentality during the internship when applying jobs? Those are two questions that we combined together, Dr. Razlin.
Okay, all right.
Your answer.
Okay, the first question is on working with other people. And due to the COVID virus, we have to keep the distance from people. Yes, we also face in here, but what we can give, what we can overcome this situation is eventually it's not 100%, but we try to reach the gap of 80% by producing a video. Each lecturers in community college and polytechnic, we are advised to do a video taping, and then we place it in our YouTube channel for college community YouTube channel, and then we ask the students to learn types of cooking, methods of cooking in our videos. That's the things that we can do right now, because we have a problem to be in the big group. So and then for the assessment, we invite students in small group, 5 persons in one session. They come and then practice and show to us what's the products look like. Okay, and it's not easy to give them a marks, because due to this pandemic, we have to accept anything that can help the teaching and learning process to be done. So for the first questions, I would suggest that we are using demonstrating video to them. Okay, and then for the second one, in order to ensure soft skill to the student, what are your strategy to reach this purpose? So the student will have a tough mentality during internship or when applying job. Okay, all right. I'm very sure, all college, all institutions are facing the same issue, same problem regarding on the very low mentality, or not have a very confidence to be in the internship or during their job in the job market. So the best thing is you have to keep doing, keep practicing. That is psychomotor. Person will get more confident if he or she keep practicing the same things until it's become very popular, very firm, and very confident. Okay, this is skill. This is all about. Okay, in terms of soft skill, what we call how to communicate, okay, how to work with others. Okay, in terms of that, you need to bring the students, you need to get the students to be in the communities, get them to react with the communities, get them with exposed with the environment, social environments. That's the thing that only can help students to be more confident in terms of communication, in terms of discussion, in terms of dealings. You must get the practical on social communication. Otherwise, these skills cannot come with the theory parts. This skill must come with the practice part. So, basically, we must get involved the communities, involve the industries, involve the entrepreneur to come into our institution, get them communicate with the students, and then get them give us the entrepreneurs, committees, businessmen, give them talk, and then makes them realize that the soft skill is very important in entering the job market. That's the things. I think the more exposure you give, then the more the student will expose, and the more confidence to the students, and then the more they're willing to select job that very relevant, and when with the career choice, a very good career choice. Okay, the career choice is something that relate to the confidence. The career choice is something related to efficacy, self-efficacy. These things that we have to polish them to have a good, very high self-efficacy that makes them to have a job aspiration and to select a career choice. So that's my answers for the question number 4.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roslin, for the answers that have been given towards the question that has come on our chat room. As a token of appreciation, we would like to also present an e-certificate to you that we will send by email.
Okay, thank you.
Certificate. Thank you very much for the speech in our conference.
Okay.
Thank you. Before we wrap this second session of ICC-FBT conference, I would like to go to Dr. Rohana for a closing statement. Could you give us one closing statement, Dr. Rohana?
One closing statement?
Yes. It seems you're not in campus already. You're in a mall right now.
No. I'm still in the hotel UiTM.
Oh, I see.
For the hotel UiTM is a operations from the faculty healthcare. They can your decan you see?
Yes.
It's a hotel.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a restaurant hotel UiTM. So basically what I can say that creativepreneur, you can embark creativepreneur nowadays is not I can say that is not for the only for the creative person, but it can go to the beauty, it can go to the hotels and everything. So I can say don't go to looking for the job, but you create the job as an entrepreneur. This is what I can, my last speech. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Hana, for the closing statement. Next, we would like to ask Professor Wimpy for his closing statement. Please, Professor. Please, your mic is still in mute. Please unmute the mic first, Professor.
Yeah, thank you
Go
for
ahead.
this.
Go ahead, Professor.
Yeah.
It's already unmute. Yes.
Thank you again for this occasion to give a talk with you all. I hope this will give a benefit for all of the participants, especially in my topic, health behind the beauty. So I believe that most of our participants may be women, so it will be will give benefit for them and for all of us. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Professor Wimpi, for the closing statement. Last but not least, we would like also to ask a closing statement from Dr. Roslin. Please, Dr. Roslin, your statement.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to appreciate this invitation, and thank you to all to stay until at the end to listen to our sharing, our speech, and I hope that this session comes very valuable to us, and then please stay safe. Okay, stay safe, stay healthy. All right, and see you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. That is all for our second session on the ICC FBT conference. Thank you very much for our incredible invited speakers. Hopefully the research finding and ideas that had been presented to us can open up our insight in the field of fashion, beauty, and also hospitality. Please give a round of applause for our incredible invited speakers this afternoon. I would like to return the forum to Mr. Ari as the MC. Back to you, Mr. Ari.
Thank you very much, Pa Aan, for being our moderator for this afternoon plenary session. It was a very communicative discussion with the three interesting different topics which gave us the new perspective in branding, health, and also education institution collaboration. I would like to say thank you also to our three invited speakers, Professor Wimpi, Dr. Rohana, and Dr. Reslin, for your wonderful presentation and speech on this afternoon session. All right, invited speakers and participants, we would like to take a photo session. Would you like to turn on your camera? Okay, once again, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you very much. Invited speakers, Professor Wimpi, Dr. Reslin, Dr. Rohana, hope to invite you in the next occasion on our featured conference. Before I close the plenary session, I would like to inform to all authors who have submitted the papers for checking the chat. We have provided you the schedule for tomorrow plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers, and all the participants, we come up to the end of today's plenary session of Third International Conference on Culinary, Fashion, Beauty, and Tourism, ICC-FBT 2020. To all speakers, we would like to thank you for your kind attention, support, and contribution to this conference, and hope to see you on the next ICC-FBT 2021. Goodbye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Assalamualaikum. Bye.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Dr.
Bye. Thank you semua.
Thank you, Prof. Wimpi. Thank you, Dr. Reslin.
Professor Wimpi. Dr. Roslin, thank you very much.
Okay, bye.
Yes.